You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? It is Friday. We're here. We made it. Made it through another week. That's right. And look at. I made it more. I got the pub table right here. I got the open sign. Yeah, brought it over here instead of bringing everything over there. That's pretty much what's happening right there. So, yeah. And, instead of just like doing the whole setup right there, which was always a pain in the ass, and I had to use my old computer, which sucks. That's why I kind of stopped doing it. I don't know, it's more cozy over here. So I brought the table over here and stuff like that. So here we go. Anyways, all right, we made it. Oh man, let's do some wild turkey tonight. All right, doing that wild turkey. Oh, that's right. Smooth wild turkey. I'm trying to do my best McConaughey impression. I don't know if that was really good or not, but I try. So, all right, let's pour ourselves a drink here. Yeah, all right. How's there? All right, cheers, guys. Cheers to Friday. That wild turkey. All right, who's out there? What's going on? All right, everybody. Hey, Kevin. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? Oh, it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, Kevin. Everybody say happy birthday to Kevin. The Ezra Miller situation? I don't know what you're talking about. There was an Ezra Miller situation? What are we talking about here? I don't get it. What's going on, hobo? Let's party. Smoke them if you got them. That's right. Good. We got Ryan right here. Got Tim wishing a happy birthday. What's going on, Jose? Happy Friday to you, sir. All right, we got Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Love you. Loxu, Selena Kyle. Hoy, hoy, Mr. Jason. I'm doing pretty good. Not too shabby, actually. Had a pretty decent Friday. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Hi, Stephanie. Happy freaking Friday. Yeah, right? It's always nice when it's Friday. It's just a vibe. Certain vibe to it, right? It's nice. Yeah, there you go. Happy birthday, Kevin. Cool. Everybody saying hi to each other. The test screen extraordinaire. I know. Like I said, I kept saying. I did keep saying. I was like, all week, and even I think last week, I kept going, I don't think it's the Flash. It seems a little too early for the Flash. And sure enough, it was Shazam. Which I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit tonight. Yes. What's going on, legend? How you doing? Eric is here. Good to see you. Yo, Carrie. You got a margarita? You had a margarita. There you go. Let's get it started. All right. Oh, hey, you know what? I did a little pre-gaming too, because I told you guys last week. I told you guys last Saturday when I helped my cousin move, they gave me probably like a 24 pack of Bud Light and a full pizza. That was my payment for helping them move, which, there's no payment. It's just, they had a bunch of, and Bud Light, that is bottom low tier when it comes to beer. So I had a 24 pack that I was trying to get through. So I did have a couple of those before the stream tonight as my little pregame, just because I'm like, all right, I got to try to get rid of these, right? I don't want them to go to waste. So so every now and again, it's like, all right, just have a Bud Light. Tastes like high school. Yeah, pretty much, right? That's right. Whiskey, buddy. That's right. Doing the whiskey tonight. Felt like some bourbon. I wanted some Bullet bourbon, but sadly, when I went to my Rite Aid, they didn't have it. I should have went to Bevmo, but yeah, what's going on? Don't know if you asked this, but what's your take on Bonds? That's right. Oh, that's right. The Hall of Fame. That's right. They announced some players for the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I know. I think Bonds is in there. I know he juiced, but he was still a pretty decent player, right? But even before that, but I know. Picture connoisseur, push credit. There you go. Dave, the picture connoisseur, posh critic. I actually have an idea for like a critic, like a funny critic kind of segment that I thought. So classic to beating the right. Yeah. I mean, if he wants to take on the KKK, I say we should let him. Let him take on the KKK, man. What's going on, JD? Doing some Johnny Walker scotch. Look at you, fancy pants. Meanwhile, I'm over here with my wild turkey right here. So, but cheers to you, JD. Always good. I was hoping to have a guest tonight, but sadly, he could not make it tonight. Push this to next week. So next week, we should be good with a guest again. Yeah. It's party time. Party. Because I gotta. You know what movie that's from, right? Tony. What's up, Tony? Just rewatch Watchmen Ultimate Cut, and it's personal one of my favorite comic book movies, as it should be. I know it's Joe Rogan's favorite, which I know. Ooh, did I just say Joe Rogan? I shouldn't say that. People don't like him now. I'm always right. And I have a decent batting average, but when it came to the Flash screening, it was kind of like, well, it seemed too early. It seemed way too early for the Flash. Seemed way too early, and then I reached out because I hate the fucking scooping game. First off, and it's gross, and it's just getting grosser. It seems, and I don't try. I'm not. Well, it wasn't even a scoop. I was just. I've been through this before too, and where I just kind of ask. I just reach out to my sources and ask, and I'd be like, "Hey, so is so and so going to be at a certain place, or is so and so going to happen, or what the hell?" And then you just kind of get the answer and kind of go, "All right, that's not the case." It was funny to see all the backpedaling, the backpedals. That was great. I mean, there was some motherfuckers straight up moonwalking, all the little leaky sites, all the little scoopy stuff out there. They're like, well, Warner Brothers pulled a fast one on us. No, they did not. Okay? They did not. It was never going to be the Flash. Okay? It was never going to be the Flash. Too early. Okay? When it comes to the film industry, test screenings, I mean, obviously when it comes to Shazam, it's not coming out till next year, but that movie was filmed a while ago, even before Black Adam and in the Flash. It was filmed so long ago. I don't know why they postponed it to 2023. I think they might actually bump it up, judging how the test screening went, to be honest. So that's what I'm kind of wondering, because a lot of people are like, well, why would it be Shazam that's coming out next year? But at the same time, it's like there's more of a complete movie of Shazam. So it made sense. The Flash, I don't even know if they have that damn director's cut done yet, because that's been talked about too, where they were trying to get a director's cut, an Andy Muschietti director's cut that they, of course, were going to show to the execs and see what was going to happen there. It would have been incomplete, full previs and missing shit. Yeah, that's why when it just didn't make sense. I suspect we'll start hearing about Flash test screenings this summer. I think that's when they're going to start testing. I would say this summer they'll start testing the Flash, and fucking A. But it was sad too, and it's just been sad because a lot of people, of course, just like I said on Film Junkee Live on Wednesday, what's gonna suck is there's gonna be people that leak it. There's gonna be people that take those leaks and post them because they really want the movie to fail. They call it the flush. They call it all, they're not excited for it. They're not. And it sucks too, because there's been some people on Twitter, pages on Twitter where I was always cool with and thought, all right, I always liked the page, something like that. And then they just kind of turned into like that kind of side of the fandom where it's just like they want to just shit on anything that they don't like. They don't touch the Batman though, even though some of them do. Some people have touched the Batman, and it's been like, I've almost sent I usually will send the gif of Jonah Hill doing this to people. And there was like one in particular person I was going to do that to, but I didn't do it because I went, all right, I'm just going to try to ignore that because there's so many people. So many people. What happened, Stephanie? Campia tried it. That guy. And it's funny too, because I don't think he was necessarily trying to defend the KKK, but in pushing back against what Ezra did, it sounded like he was defending the KKK. That's the bad part. That's where it was like, dude, and I should have did that, the Jonah Hill freaking don't do it. Don't do it, man. That guy he always tries to be like, go against the grain. And maybe he does it on purpose because, his tweets go viral, I guess, but not in a good way. Yeah. I saw the tweet too. And I went, geez, dude, sometimes just don't chime in. Just don't chime in. Just don't chime in. Just don't. Please don't. It's not going to look good. Or I think he deleted the tweet too, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think he deleted the tweet. So, yep, I'm on a film junkie saying anybody. All right. So, Bud Light. Yeah, it's just water. But, I didn't want it to go to waste. Didn't want it to go to waste, man. So, I'm just kind of powering through it as much as as possible. It's free beer. So, can't do that. Got a special drink. Okay. I'll let you know which time tomorrow. When it comes to the Patreon stream, you patrons, if you want to join that, it might be earlier, or if we can't do it earlier, I might have to push it to Sunday because plans arose for tomorrow night for me. So, but we'll definitely do it. Don't worry. We'll do it this weekend. Yeah. Did Ortiz also juice? I don't know. Did he? Big Poppy also. Yeah, he'll be inducted. But did he juice? I don't think he juiced. He was always a big dude, but I never thought he was like, he wasn't Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire big. So, Dave, you ever thought of having David Goyer on the? I've always thought about everybody, but it's just like, how do you reach those guys? So, yeah. Buy my NFTs. I have nothing against like the whole NFT thing because, I don't really fully understand it or anything like that. And if that's how you're going to make some money online, then fine. But yeah, the scooper that is now like trying to push out NFTs, that seems like, I don't know. You can actually debunk a lot of the scoops, which some people are doing because it's literally like been written in headlines like last year. And all of a sudden it's like, all right, so, so this is going to happen. I was wondering if they will bump it up. Yeah, they might bump it up. Shazam. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But they push back the Flash and I would not be. That would be if it takes place during Christmas again. That would be smart. That would be smart. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. But Dave, someone's friend's neighbor's mailman saw screen. Yeah. Nobody. The only people that have mainly that have seen the Flash or are the directors, the VFX artists, maybe the editor. They've seen like rough cuts of the shit. Okay, that's all that's been seen. I don't even know if they've even shown Warner Brothers execs yet. Like I said, they might still be working on that Flash director's cut. There's no way the Flash is near complete. Not even close. Yes, that's what I said, Zed. Is I suspect, August, probably like end of July, August, they'll start doing test screenings for the Flash. What's going on, Movie Watch, man? Good to see you. Yeah, good. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I know there's some people that are just totally not and want to shit all over it, which is fine. They have now turned into the people that were shitting all over Man of Steel and BVS. It's okay. It happens. Like I said, what did Harvey Dent say in The Dark Knight? You live long enough to be the hero, or you die, or what is it? You live long enough to become the villain, or you die the hero. You either die the hero or live long enough to become the villain. There you go. I had it flip-flop. I think that was a lot of people's like first beer. That's what it is. Yeah, he I think he does it on purpose, to be honest. I think he does it on purpose. That'd be awesome to get that. Ezra Miller stirred up a bunch of controversy. Not a bunch of controversy. I don't think it was a bunch of controversy. It was just he just posted a video. What a way to fully confirm that Instagram is actually his. Because a lot of people were suspecting that Instagram was still not his. It was like a fan account, but it's like now 100% he was. Who's the Flash? Who's this Flash you're talking about? Oh, the one in Spider-Man. Good one, Captain Gator Girl. Hi. Good to see you, Captain Gator Girl. Batman Begins is the best Batman movie. Your thoughts? I wouldn't say it's the overall best, but it's definitely top 3, possibly. I don't know. I mean, one of these days I'll rank my Batman movies fully. It's the best It's the best comic book movie origin story. I will say that Batman Begins. So, yeah, it's my favorite all-time origin story because it's just so good. Such a good origin story. I know, right? And I had to make a joke about that. Like, what the hell? What? What did he say? Mask of the Phantasm. Ooh, Jose saying Mask of the Phantasm. I think Robert Pattinson might actually agree with you on that. So you never know. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Okay, so let me see here. Start bringing some people in. We'll just have a good old panel discussion like we do on the good old Vodka stream here. Like I said, I was like, man, I was trying to get a guest. But it'll be a good guest for next week for sure. So we'll have some fun with that. I just gotta what? Come on. There we go. Okay. I sent my friend that Khloe Kardashian like pictures that she posted today. Did you guys see that shit? Showing her demonic hand. I don't want to talk about the Kardashians, but Jesus Christ, her. I mean, she's all dolled up and shit in like some kind of new car or whatever. But man, her hands look like something out of Bram Stoker. Jesus Christ, man, it was just wow, wow. It was pretty gross, but. I don't know. I sent it to my friend. She was just like, "What?" She didn't even see it at first, and then and then it pointed it out, and it was like, and sure enough, she was like, "Holy shit! Look at her hands." I'm like, "Yeah, hands are pretty creepy, a little creepy, slightly creepy there." So, anyways, all right, sending out the links. See who shows up. And we'll have some fun tonight. All right, so do that. All right, sending out these links. Gotta send it all out. Hopefully, oh wait, am I sending out the right one? Yeah, okay. Sometimes I send out the wrong one. It's never good. Never good. Anyways, okay, so links are sent. See who shows up. And we'll have ourselves a good time. Boo, you notice how a lot of those people saying Flush are now saying the real reason Batfleck and Zach's VFX team joined the production is they needed money. Are they really saying that? They should not say that. That's fucked up. Wow, that's really effed up. They work for Scanline. Scanline's one of the top VFX companies in the world. Why would they need money? That's ridiculous. See, that's the thing. That's what's been kind of gross about all this stuff lately. So, is the fact that people are just kind of coming up with like these excuses for stuff that's happening. Just that whole thing. It's gross. Loving Edward Cullen played Robert Pattinson for 8 years. Crazy. What's going on, Brendan? Good to see you. Is it James Gunn? No, it's not James Gunn. No, that'd be pretty huge if it was James Gunn. Now, it ain't a film Junkee stream without vodka in them, right? Well, tonight I have bourbon, so yeah, gotta have something like that. So yeah, don't show it. Don't show what? I won't show anything. The Book of Boba Fett is not as good as Mondo, but still really good. Next 2 episodes are going to be excellent. Yeah. I think they kind of realized that. I mean, we'll talk about it. I mean, yeah, that episode was interesting because it was teased in the last one. You heard the music, so you kind of suspected, all right, is there going to be something with Mondo that's going to be happening when it comes to the next episode? And then, sure enough, it was entirely him. It was entirely a Mandalorian episode, which no complaints about that, but it just kind of threw you off. Like, okay, were they just kind of, were they already suspecting that people weren't going to be fully on board when it came to Boba Fett? I don't know. Boba Fett's like it's a weird, like, I don't know. I think the idea of the fact that Boba Fett was always popular, even though he was like barely in the original movies and whatnot. I think the fact that now that he's a full-fledged character and we've seen what he looks like under the mask, and we usually see him without wearing the helmet, I should say, I think that kind of, it's like it throws you off a little bit. I don't know. I think it was, I mean, maybe that's why Mandalorian works so well. It's like a lot of people kind of probably thought that, hey, Mandalorian, that should have been Boba Fett more than that. I don't know, but then there's been this whole history that when it came to the Mandalorians, it's not the same as what Boba Fett's doing. So I don't know. It's weird. I'm going to get scared again. Don't get scared. Don't worry. Don't worry, Captain Gator. I got you. We're okay. We're definitely okay. I'm glad you and Ray are on the same page a lot. Yeah. And you talking about good old Ray, Mr. Flightcast. Yeah, good. Yeah. When it comes to that stuff, that's why I like talking to Ray. You know, I like talking to him. All right. Is that what it is? Yeah, I know. There's a lot of that. That does happen. That cognitive dissonance. I can never say those words right. Could I just watch the Mondo episode in Boba Fett without watching the other episodes? Don't feel like watching the whole thing. I mean, you can. You actually can. I mean, it does lead into the fact I think he's going to be part of the remaining episodes. It does lead into the fact, I mean, it's not just like an episode where, hey, what's Mondo doing? And then, hey, meanwhile, back in Book of Boba Fett. But, it does lead into something. So, I mean, I don't know. One of the best VFX in the world. That mean the Flash VFX. Yeah, they're the ones that they did the fucking Flash scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League. That whole thing. They did that. They fucking did that, man. So, I mean, how do you pass that up? I mean, if they're going to still do those, we saw the VFX that they did. So, same people doing it again. So that's why it's like, okay. But I think everybody's just kind of worried about, like, what's the story going to be about? Well, how's the story going to play out? Is it going to be nostalgia, multiverse, all that stuff? It just seems, so it's going to be a little crazy. And of course, people are thinking it's just going to erase everything. It's kind of crazy to think literally anyone working on the Flash is desperate for money, especially Ben Affleck and one of the premier VFX companies. Yeah, no. But, narratives, man. It's all about narratives. That's what's happening. It's all about narratives. I know we've just gotten to a point, like, and I've said this before, and I mean, it's just becoming true. It's like the further we get from the releasing of the Snyder Cut, and we're almost coming on a year, and the fact that there hasn't been any kind of confirmation or any kind of solid anything where we might get the Snyderverse, the DC Snyderverse restored. A lot of these people are just kind of going, I don't know what to do. And now they're turning into let's just hate everything. Let's just hate everything else. I don't know. It just seems like that's the case. It's like, you don't have to like everything, but I see anything that I don't like, I don't fucking tweet about it every day. That's the thing. That was always my thing. There's so many people that, want to hate on Peacemaker, and you can, it's fine. But it's just like, you're just going to every day. I don't even tweet about it that much. Like, I tweet about my reviews. I might have a couple tweets, and I know we had some rough streaming numbers when it came to Peacemaker being like, first it was like the third most popular on IMDb. That's a whole different kind of analytic where basically the what they were kind of just looking at was I think they were looking at how many page visits things were getting. Like when it came to streaming TV shows, they were looking at page visits. That's what IMDb kind of gauges their stuff on. So it was like third most popular to them, and then it became the most popular when it came to a Business Insider article or whatever the hell. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of the numbers are a little fluffed. I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like to try to decipher. I mean, on Wednesday's Film Junkee Live, we try to decipher some of the numbers that were happening, and it seems like everything's pretty good. But at the same time, you kind of go, yeah, but AT&T was like really quick to just be like, you know what? We don't need this WarnerMedia thing. It's not working out. It's a little interesting when that's the case. So that's what I was kind of saying. It was like, it's a little interesting that's the, the fact that AT&T was just like, you know what? We're done. We're done. But then again, you see who's fucking running the damn place. You see people like Ann Sarnoff and Toby Emmerich, who've just made bad decisions after bad decisions. So I mean, that's why you kind of go, yeah, you could see why AT&T is like, hey, you take them, you go ahead. We don't know what the fuck's happening with these people. So I don't know. So, but at the same time, it's just, but it's just like, okay, you don't like Peacemaker. All right, cool. And move on. It's not for you. It's not for everybody. I'm enjoying it. Some people, there is an audience for it, but it's just like, geez, man. Some people are just like constantly, just like constant. It's kind of crazy to think literally anyone working on the I already read that. So the ultimate make the Batfleck movie hype, man. Matt Reeves. I know, right? Reading of that script, man, I tell you, it sounds like it would have been awesome. Definitely would have been awesome, but so I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, there's nothing about Cavill's head or anything, but there was something about. I guess Black Adam has been test screened too, and apparently there's some teasing of Superman in there. So I don't know. They haven't said anything about Superman presence, but hearing that there was a Superman, references. So fingers freaking crossed that he actually does have some kind of presence in there. People should do what I do with some of the toxic accounts. Just mute them. It's not worth fighting. Yeah. That's what I'm like. That's what I've been doing a lot, and but it is sad when you've been following people that you thought, hey, these people have been cool and everything. And then all of a sudden something just flipped. And then all of a sudden they just turned into that side. And that's all they want to do is just talk shit and just talk over, like just be complain about everything. And I'm just like, why? You were always so positive at first. Definitely doesn't help with the people who think Boba is soft this season. Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like they're adding some depth to this character that's supposed to be like a cold-blooded, like, a bounty hunter. So do you think Ray Fisher is going to get cast in Rebel Moon? I hope so. It'd be nice. I just don't know if if any, like, did he get a bad rap or something like that when it came to all this? I don't know. When it comes to this whole thing, I don't know if Netflix was like, no, we can't, Zach, sorry, we can't. Or if they're just saying, cast whoever you want, Zach. Maybe he will. Hopefully he will, but you just never know. You just never know. I hope so. It'd be pretty sweet if he's in there. It would be pretty sweet. I've never gotten the hype of Boba Fett. Yeah, some people haven't. I think it's just because he looked cool. It got boring. Yeah, you're talking about that. First season of Boba Fett was always going to be, slow burn. It'll get better. I think, okay. Planet of the Dead. Oh, you're thinking Planet of the Dead? That would be pretty interesting. I mean, he might. You never know. Zach might cast him. Pretty sweet. It's hard to picture another Flash scene surpassing. Yeah. They definitely have their work cut out for them. That's for damn sure. Definitely have their work cut out. So, all right. I don't think Ben Affleck needs any extra money. What are you talking about? He's broke. Why? Totally just spending his money on J-Lo. She just cleaned him out. That's what happened. So she's totally broke. think season 1 was going to be a massive cliff. Oh yeah, there'll definitely be a massive cliffhanger. Yeah. Yeah, they're building the world. So it's just taking a little bit. So see, the same thing with Teen Titans Go. If you complain about it, why do you watch it? I know. I know. When there's stuff when when it came to the season 3, I try to give season 3 of of Titans. And as soon as it was rough. It got rough, and it had some cool parts, and then I couldn't do it, and I was done. I was like, all right, this series is just not. It's just not where I'm like wanting it to be. It seems like, and when it came to season 3, I was like, nope, just not for me. So did I spend like the next 4 weeks like complaining about it on Twitter? No, I try to talk about things I like. The Nightmare Timeline could still be in the multiverse. Oh yeah, it definitely is. It's always going to be in the multiverse. We might have plans to have a bunch of references to it. Oh yeah, I saw you post a shot of Peacemaker for your motion comic. 9 times out of 10, these people don't watch it. Yeah, they don't. Oh yeah, they don't. Dave, do you think that streaming is the future of original content in movies? That sometime might go. Yep, definitely what it is. Just like what Ben Affleck has been saying too. Why do you think it's hard for people to enjoy Marvel and DC equally? It's tribalism, man. It's always tribalism. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, James Gunn said that there's like he's got another character he's going to be spinning off when it comes to his Suicide Squad. And it's cool. I mean, I know like not James Gunn is an acquired taste for some people. I personally don't have an issue with him. I've enjoyed his past movies. I mean, obviously he wrote Dawn of the Dead, and then he had some past movies like what was it, Slither and Super. Those were good movies. And then of course the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. I know he's like an acquired taste, but I think it's kind of cool that all right, he's got his own little universe, I guess you'd say, of characters, which is the Suicide Squad universe. Cool, it's fine. Obviously, we got Matt Reeves doing his Bat universe. It seems like, I mean, obviously, there's still no plan necessarily, and with the plan, but I think the current plan is just like, all right, you have a universe, let's just keep the universes. And there's just some people that, even though they don't want the DCU to be like the MCU, they kind of do. They just want everything to be all connected. And just like, how is this? It's got to connect. It's all got to connect. And I'm just kind of going, yeah, but they got this, they got that. I mean, sometimes they don't connect. Can you imagine Peacemaker being in the Batverse that Matt Reeves is? No, that's not going to work. I can't even see Peacemaker in Zack Snyder's universe either. I can't see Peacemaker really in the Snyderverse. Maybe I can a little bit, but I don't know. It's just, yeah, you just gotta. I've chosen not to watch Peacemaker, which is fine. Not to tweet about it, how I'm not watching it. So now I'm not. Yeah, exactly. Because they look at everything. Any kind of talk about Peacemaker, if it's on the conversation with everybody, that's part of the analytics. You think Ray Fisher will be cast in Zack Snyder's movies like Rebel? I hope so. I really do. And with the plan. I'm not excited for the James Gunn DC universe. Who cares? Exactly. You don't have to be. It's not for you. It's not for you. I mean, it's only, it's been one movie and one show. Okay. There's like 5 movies coming out this year. There's all kinds of DC content that's coming out this year. So, but Jose cares. So. Happy Friday there, Rhea. Good to see you. Hit that like, thumbs up, like she said. That's what she said. That's right. There's just, that's just the way it is. It's always going to be that. I believe Martin Scorsese. Yes. So do I. You guys are having fun. I have to now. Muting is the only. Muting, blocking, whatever. I've unfollowed people, muted people. I got blocked. I got blocked. it was almost like there was just somebody that I was kind of going, no, I was just really going, man, can you just, you're good. You're good with a lot of things. You have a good following. Can you just stop it with you remind me of these people over here now, and you're retweeting some of them too. And I was like, oh, and then just, and a lot of people were, see, that's the thing is there was even like a new article that THR came out with more numbers when it came to streaming shows, was basically saying the Nielsen ratings for the end of the year into the beginning of this year. I think there was like a Nielsen ratings between December 27th to January 2nd, and they put the top 10 shows right there. And of course, immediately, because these guys don't freaking listen to the video or read the article, they were like, wait a minute, James Gunn said Peacemaker was the most popular series in the world. And I'm like, Peacemaker premiered after the second, guys. That's why it's not on the list. This is Nielsen ratings too. Nielsen ratings are like Samba TV ratings. They only measure off of smart TVs. That's all they do. They don't measure off of devices or computers or anything like that. It's like Samba TV. But again, to fit the narrative that you want it to fit, you go with it. See, that's the thing. People want to, it was like the same thing when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out last year. What happened? There were people that were trying to make it seem like it wasn't as popular as it was by using like the different analytics and different kind of things that out there to make it seem like, oh yeah, it wasn't that popular. See what they said? Now these people are doing the same thing with other stuff. And it's just, again, goes back to the Harvey Dent line, right? So yeah. The I stand with Ray Fisher stuff has gone too far. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with standing with Ray Fisher, but man, people will use that against you to make you seem like you're like a fucking neo-Nazi. Have you bought any the Batman pops yet? No, I have not. I bought them all, so I really hope the movie is good. Right now, I haven't done that yet. I plan on to. I saw that that they're all coming out, and of course, you got the McFarlane figures that are coming out too. So. There's like, I haven't heard any X-Men news. Just Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. I'm sure we're going to get some mutants in there. That's all I can really say about that. If he doesn't get cast, he's going to look really bad. Who are you talking about? Ray Fisher? Oh, good. I'm glad you do. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Hey, thank you, Kevin, for the super chat right there. Appreciate it. Yeah. That was pretty much what I was thinking too. So, yeah. Hey, everyone. We got Katsuka here. Good to see you. It sucks. Yeah, it does suck. That's what I was always disappointed. Do you think the negativity towards a Hamadaverse, which I hate that Hamadaverse. I always have hated that. I've always hated that response, or that the Hamadaverse, like, he ain't doing shit. What's that guy doing? I don't think he's doing really much of anything. King Shark sounds a little too costly for a streaming series. That's a lot of special effects right there. It's motion capture. You got Stallone that would have to, come back and do the voice. I just don't think it's going to be King Shark. So yeah. What do you think of Peacemaker so far? I'm enjoying it. I mean, it surprised me. I wasn't sold on it at first. I went, really? That they're going to do that guy? I wasn't sold on it, but I'm enjoying it. It's something, different, raunchy. I mean, it doesn't, even like the last episode, I would say about 80% of the jokes just did not land with me. I was like, damn, the jokes here, not really working. But what happened in the episode with with the action and the gore, I thought was pretty cool. And then the cliffhanger was cool too. So, but man, yeah, the last episode, when it came to jokes, it was like, okay. Some of it was a little too much, just blowing up, and not just in TV, but now in comics. That's what I'm hearing too. Like a lot of people are going for those even vigilante comics are being like just sold like crazy. Thoughts on Kevin? Nah. I'm sure it'll be good. I still haven't watched Yellowstone, so I've seen bits and pieces of Yellowstone, but I mean, if it's Kevin Costner doing a Western, I mean, it's, odds are it's going to be good. Didn't James Gunn say an established DCU character would be showing up in Peacemaker? Gal might show up and kick him in the balls. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I wonder who. An established? Did he actually say that? An established? I don't even remember that. But if he did, then, cool. Ugh. If he did say that, then that's going to be interesting to see who. I mean, if it's established, I would say it's more like Harley Quinn, but it'd be pretty cool if it was one of the heroes. To me, I mean, the Niners are pulling this off. I don't know how, because they don't really have that great of a quarterback. They have special teams and defense and shit, but I don't know how they're really pulling this off. So, I think the Rams are going to barely make it because they seem to. But then again, if the Niners can shut down, Cooper Kupp, especially, and then really just give a lot of pressure to Stafford, I think they have a chance because Jimmy G did not win that last game. Special teams did. Did you watch the new interview for No Way Home? I did. Well, no, I didn't. I saw bits and pieces. I didn't watch the whole thing thoroughly, like full on. I should have totally just like slipped my mind. I was going to do that, but I saw clips and stuff. So I need to still catch up on that. Thank you for reminding me, actually. Why does everyone get to play with their own little universes except Snyder? What are you talking about? They could do several spinoffs from the Snyder Cut. Except for Snyder, yeah, but I mean, the way I look at it is, well, first off, he got to put out his 4-hour movie, and now he's playing with literally his created universes. He's doing that at Netflix right now. So that's, you could look at it like, yeah, he's not playing with the big boy toys over here anymore. That is other people's creations that he was playing with. Now he literally, built the toys that he has over here, and he's creating like a universe. He's just creating a universe. So, I mean, I kind of look at it like that, where I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, he's not doing that, but he's happy over here creating something brand new that's from his brain. So, got to look at it like that. I mean, yeah, they could do so much with what he established, and they still are in a sense. I mean, Momoa, Godot, and Miller are still very much his from his universe. I mean, even members of the Suicide Squad also. So, yeah, idiots, you're right. A pizza didn't come out until after Janet and the cult taken. I know. I mean, it was just. Again, I saw the thing and I went, you realize that they're only measuring up to January 2nd. And I was like, I was just trying to be like, hey, you're looking stupid. Please stop. I mean, I get it. You don't like the series and fine, but I mean, now you're going, you're zeroing in on that, and you didn't even read the fucking article or actually listen, listen. It's crazy. What's going on, Mr. Lobo? Always good to see you. I think wanting Disney to own DC Comics is. I know some people have said that. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. I'd rather they pick a different company. Yeah. Yeah, you could joke on a cock. That cocksucker. Hey, he's green lightning things. He's green lighting things, Dave. And somebody screenshot that and use that against Jose later. Do that. Do it. I dare you. Twitter is and always will be a tornado of urinary chaos. Ah, always. Always. Shit maker. There you go. That's a good one. I think piss maker is better because it, the alliteration of it, it sounds similar. So, yeah, piss maker is better than shit maker, I would say. Selena, you taking off? Good night. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe nobody's going to show up tonight. I thought maybe people show up. Some people said that that the usuals would, but maybe it'll just be a solo show tonight, like the good old days when the Vodka stream first showed up. Just be me talking to you guys. It's fine. Ooh, that wild turkey. Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping when there was that announcement. Could be Ratcatcher. The thing is, though, it's like, I mean, Bloodsport's very much up there, but it could be Ratcatcher. Ratcatcher could be a part of it. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. Who knows? We'll see what happens when it comes to that new series. But yeah, then again, it could be somebody just crazy, like, oh, maybe it's not from the Suicide Squad. Ew, you're eating Del Taco. Gross. But I'm sure it's delicious. If you had a little substance tonight there, Jose, you know what I'm talking about. Smoke if you got him. LA tried to and failed to keep Niners fans out. We needed that. You're going to see a lot. I know. See, it's going to be a good game. And there's going to be a lot of red in the crowd. There definitely is. Definitely is going to be there's going to be a lot of red in the crowd, like you said. No doubt at all. All right, we got somebody that is backstage right now. So get him in here, join the stream. All right. You just don't hear me just talking to myself here. Okay. We got Mr. Colbert. What is up, sir?
What is up?
Yeah, just a chill night, man. This is like reminding me of the good old days when it was just like me talking to myself for about an hour, you coming in for a little bit, It's funny because sometimes after we're done with these streams, on YouTube, one of those old episodes will come up.
And I just saw one of those.
Yeah. I was like watching, I'm like, our backgrounds looked like shit and, our, camera qualities were not that great. And it was only like what, not even like 2 years ago or two and, some change. But yeah, it's just kind of funny seeing those old Vodka stream episodes. Anyways, what's up?
Not much. Sorry, I was like, oh, he's always got people join right away, and I had something else going on, so I was like, oh, I'll just take my time, and then my camera ended up like not.
It's frozen right now.
Oh, of course it is.
Of course.
I don't even. Yeah. I know what that is. It's probably this. How is
it
now? There we go.
Oh, you're good now. No, I think usually Scott's the first one to join. I think I haven't. He's been pretty quiet tonight, so he's probably just busy.
Yeah.
Super busy, and I don't know. We'll get some other people in here because I know like certain people wanted to talk some Boba Fett. So let's see if they, show up because I mean that was a big thing. But we'll wait and talk a little bit of Boba Fett when it comes to that. Mainly, I was just the first thing was like the Ezra Miller thing. We kind of briefly chatted about it earlier, but
yeah,
I mean, what's your take on that whole thing?
It's fascinating because nobody ever knows what to make of their kind of stuff because they are like so crazy all the time with the like just super eclectic and bonkers even when they're being serious.
Mm-hmm.
When that video initially went up, because he even in the KKK one, they're like what did the grand goose wizard or called
Yeah,
themselves
the mongoose wizard or something like that.
Yeah, a bunch of different like, and then they're like, I'm 100% serious, and I was like, I actually I believe that. I kind of I had this vision of Ezra Miller like rolling around looking for some KKK to mess up, and he even like flashes the flash ring.
I know. I love that. That's what I loved about it too. Is like he was making it noticeably like that he was wearing the flash ring. Like, hey, I'm being a real superhero right now.
Yeah, and so it was really interesting to you know me, I can't, like, Google is like a additional appendage for me. So the second that happens, he named he said the KKK from Bullville,
Something like that in North Carolina, right?
Yeah. And so I just started looking up. I was like, is this a thing? And like, there's some like really messed up like stuff that has happened there in the past with race and with the KKK and etc.
Oh yeah.
But the KKK in general now is not like is commonly known as like an organized force having like rallies and stuff. I don't know
Not anymore.
if they do exist and it's just not out in the open, or if it's under the guise of different groups or what. And so I couldn't find really anything about that, but then I did find there have actually been quite a few fires in the area over the past few years. Some of them were like started by the trailer owner or whatever it was from like a few years ago. There was one that they were like, turned out it was the guy who was trying to get an insurance claim or something, and there's some other ones that were popping up. But then the one that caught my attention was from like 2 days ago. It was like the night before he posted the video. It happened like 3 a.m. And I've worked a lot in local news, and so I have a lot of experience writing up these like specifically like fire reports. Because what happens is like especially like in a small county like that, there'll be a fire, and then the fire department just issues there's like a PDF or whatever that gets sent out. That's just gives basic info on where it was, what was impacted, were there people in the house, were there injuries, without giving like personally identifiable information, but it'll just give like the stat sheet, and then the paper will turn that into a just like a basic rundown of what happened. So anyone that follows like their own local newspaper, you'll see that all the time, where initially the report will just be like, oh, house fire, it was a burned to the ground, or there was cars involved, there were pets in the house, there were people that got out safely, whatever. And this one said, initially it said that there was someone in the house, but they got out fine, but several cars were also burned, and the house was entirely burned. And then it said there was someone in, they got out, and then it said the issue is still under investigation, which is relatively common for issues like this. But if they show up and they know it was like, oh, they left the oven on, or if there was something obvious like that, then it will usually just like be closed out or whatever right away. But it said it's still open for investigation, which could mean something more. And then as I kept on checking back, it would get updated to say like the SBI, which is the State Bureau of Investigation, is looking into it. And at that point, it removed some other details from the story. Like the SBI will not say whether or not there was someone involved, which it had said that previously, that there was no one in the house. And so that's when I started looking, like, I was like, okay, so I really had a feeling like that had something to do with it. But there was I was like looking, a lot of counties like that will have like a Facebook group or something where people will get on and talk specifically about fires or police reports or whatever. And there was one for it's Duplin County is where it was. But there was like nothing for that either. And so I was like, okay, that's interesting.
Oh, weird.
Until then today, some other stuff started showing up on Twitter is where it popped up, and because there was a GoFundMe that was for the fire that I had found the day before, about the one that was under investigation, and that said, that led me to like the Facebook for the homeowner where she acknowledged that there was suspected arson and some other stuff, and then eventually I think somebody confirmed like, yes, this is what Ezra Miller was talking about, so it all kind of all came together. But so I don't know. That's just kind of my journey with it. I don't know how
that's more than
how it all fits together, but I think he's jumping the gun on the KKK involvement. I think that's maybe an assumption, or he's just generalizing racists did it.
Yeah.
But definitely it's suspicious AF, and
big time.
The Flash is on the case.
The Flash is on the case. I know. And then like even tonight, like he posted a shot of like the map, and obviously he's still in North Carolina, and it was just like a shot from the car, and it was like, all right, so he's on the beaten path here. So I don't know. He's like, hey, it's going to be interesting to see. But what a way to fully confirm that is Ezra Miller's Instagram. Because people were still suspecting because, there's pictures of him, but you just didn't know if it was actually still his. But there it was. But we're bringing somebody else in, another Screen Rant person right here, Mr. Andrew Dice. What is up, sir?
Nothing much, sir. What's up with you? I heard Steven was doing something, so I wanted to get in here.
Yeah. Have to, you gotta shut him up, man.
Okay, but...
Yeah. You might want to turn up your mic just a little bit. It's a little low.
Clickety clackety clack.
There we go. Keep going. Yeah.
I'm just gonna pump it up. I'm just gonna talk real soft.
Real soft. Yeah, spinning the hits with Andrew Dice.
Oh, where's everybody doing out there in Radio Land?
Radio Land.
How am I now?
I think a little bit more. You think a little bit more.
All right, I'm going all the way.
Yeah, I would say do it.
I'll do welcome.
Crank it.
Welcome.
Oh, I'm supposed to be taking a drink when you say that.
Yeah, true.
How you doing, sir? I like your Blockbuster behind you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to keep it alive, keeping the dream alive.
Yes, God. There's what, like one left in America? Two, maybe? I don't know.
Well, everyone tuned to Netflix for I never watched that documentary. I'm lying. I think Steven did, right?
I think I watched it. Did I watch it? No, I don't think I watched it. No, I was very happy to find out that the movies that made us had a season 3 that showed up at the end of last year. I had no idea, and I was like, "What?" And I binged the season 3, and it was Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Aliens. It was just like, hell yeah! I didn't binge the whole thing, I should say, but because I think there's like 2 more episodes. But I love that series. I don't know if you guys have checked it out. I freaking love that series.
RoboCop.
That's right. RoboCop was one of them too.
Yeah.
God damn. It's just amazing how, and we're going to bring somebody from Detroit in, Mr. Ray, because, he's from that location. But man, just like the struggle they went through when it came to trying to get RoboCop going. Sounds like Peter Weller's a little bit of a diva too. Not gonna lie, it sounds like he's a little bit of a diva. Like he kind of walked off, said, "You know what? Fuck this," kind of thing. Kind of gave an ultimatum, and they actually shot scenes with somebody else at one point. I think it was like a stunt performer or something like that. But then he came back, and then they're like, "All right, let's do it." But goddamn, that suit looked very uncomfortable.
I think anybody who doesn't understand why Peter Weller would walk off the set has probably never seen Peter Weller in anything else.
That's right.
He definitely
Screamers. Was it Screamers, something like that? I forgot. Yeah.
Well, the Star Trek. What was it? Which one?
Into Darkness.
One was that? Yeah.
Was he in Into Darkness?
Yeah. He was. Yeah. He's a pretty important character. He's.
By the way, hi Ray. I'm sorry, I brought you in. Yeah. I was like, it was the perfect time to bring you in.
I thought you wanted me to talk about the statue, the RoboCop statue. That that was the thing.
One, right?
Well, that was the thing here. Yeah, like they years ago wanted to have it be like the Spirit of Detroit. I don't know if you've ever been to like this area, the Big Fist, like there's the Joe Louis thing, and then there's like the Spirit of Detroit, which is like a statue. It's like with his arms up like this in the city, and so they wanted to do a RoboCop statue, and like everybody was kind of divided on it because RoboCop is like a Detroit movie. It's like one of those movies that like Detroit claims, but
even though it was not shot in Detroit, it was not shot in Detroit.
No, it was like Dallas and like a couple of other. Yeah,
it's so funny. Like I didn't know that. I was like, oh shit, it was not even shot in Detroit.
Even the reboot was spent at like a day shooting in Detroit. The rest of it was in like Toronto.
Oh, why'd you have to bring up the reboot?
Because the reboot's actually good, but I digress. Anyway, so
it's
like
good.
We talked about that last week.
We talked about that last week. It's good if it wasn't a RoboCop. If it was just like, the same thing with Total Recall.
We did talk about that last week. You're right.
Yeah. The Colin Farrell Total Recall. It's like if we didn't have the previous one, which I didn't. It was funny too because I didn't realize the same director directed Total Recall and RoboCop. I didn't realize it was the same dude until I was like watching Movies That Made Us last night. Apparently, that guy is not too, not too easy to work with. I forgot his name. He's like a European director. Verhoeven,
Paul Verhoeven. Yep.
Yeah. Apparently, he's like very difficult.
I read some stuff like on Starship Troopers because that's also him. That's
I was looking at his list of like, wow, he did all but he still got a lot of work.
If you like watch all those movies, you'll see things like he loves using animatronics.
Yeah,
because like there's even like remember the scene in Starship Troopers where the one dude the accidental shooting on that was an animatronic. Whoever, I don't know the name of that actor, but like that was totally.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and he and obviously RoboCop and Total Recall, total like animatronic stuff. That's like one of his things, for sure.
2 weeks. No.
Did they use animatronics in Total Recall?
Oh yeah, the 2 week scene, like when the head splits off, that's like an animatronic Arnold.
It's an animatronic Arnold, and of course the face. Oh yeah, there's some and then of course they showed you what we could potentially have as an Uber driver, which was that robotic dude that was driving that car. Yeah.
You know what? Okay, but you know what doesn't get enough credit in Total Recall is the shot when he's pulling.
Oh yeah.
Out of his
that's also that's also animatronics. Yeah.
2 weeks, and then there's the when his eyes are bursting. But that nose one is the one that sticks in my memory so hard. Of like. Why did they go all the? You didn't need to go all the way, but that's like it's Verhoeven, so he's like, we already have it.
Yeah, we gotta show it.
No, I mean it's ghastly and it's very painful to the sinuses every time you watch it. But I applaud them for going that far. Like you're right. We did not need to see because I mean it's like it's like in the center of his skull and like. You see the glowing through the nose, like the face. It's like,
oh my god! Everybody grab their nose when you see that. You're just like, ah. And then what's interesting too is like it got a rated X rating at first. Like they had to like scale it back, so there was like a more gruesome, I don't know.
She originally had 4 boobs.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about RoboCop.
RoboCop.
RoboCop was actually they gave it an X rating.
Because remember the Ed 209 like that accidental death. There's a lot of accidental deaths in his movies, but like the scene where the dude gets shot up. Yeah. Like if you've watched the unrated version of the movie, it's like way bloodier. It goes on for like 30 more seconds of him just his body getting turned to red mush as Ed 209 is like shooting him up. So
I know. So they had to scale back, and it's just funny because when you think about, I mean, even Peter Weller, like they even made like a little thing of him too, and he's getting shot up. There was like a little almost an animatronic thing too of him.
That was what the statue was going to be, right? It was going to be him mid murder, like his arm blown off, like screaming.
No, it was a suit. But see, that's the thing though, is like they're definitely there's some pushback on like because they wanted the statue like prominently displayed, like in the middle of the city, and
like Rocky in Philadelphia,
right. And there are definitely people in Detroit, and I get this argument. There are people in Detroit that don't like. That don't necessarily care for the movie because, especially now,
that it paints of their city.
Yeah, well, and post bankruptcy, of course, it's even worse. Like as far as that sentiment, and there's definitely, and I get it because there's a lot of that Detroit's always that city that's like the butt of all jokes. It's like whenever they win a championship, they burn everything down, which is not true. It's one like tire fire during the '84 World Series. That was it.
I know they do that. They do that here in LA.
We've won. The Pistons won a title. We didn't burn anything down. Wings have won like 4 titles. We didn't burn anything down.
The Lions have never burned anything down.
Yeah.
No,
just their own franchise.
No, we're never, dude. Listen, dude, don't get me started on that because like we got guys wearing Stafford jerseys that are like freaking out if the Rams win because that's the closest we're ever gonna get.
Yeah,
like,
I don't doubt it. I don't
is
doubt
our former quarterback going somewhere else and winning. We're not gonna. But Steven, seriously, now that you bring that up, why did you hire a defensive coordinator to deal with Justin Fields?
Honestly, I haven't read anything at all about any of that. I saw it popped up like 24 hours after it happened. I got a notification because that's how tuned out I am. But Bears ruin like offensive coordinators just don't do well as coaches on the Bears in general. It's a classically defensive team. And then the offensive coordinators just do a bad job on defense and then don't develop the offense enough. But also, in my mind, the way that we handle our offense is really they just need to be like, let him do his own thing. And I'm hoping that a defensive coordinator or a defensive minded coach is going to be less micromanaging of the offense and just kind of let offensive players develop and let the offensive staff do what they want, as opposed to both Trestman and who are all the offensive coaches we've had recently? Trestman, and then I am blanking on the dude we just fired for some reason.
Matt
Nagy, thank you.
Yep.
I don't know. They're just like run these guys into the ground and like destroy quarterbacks. So, and I think that Fields is smart enough to kind of develop on his own a little bit. I mean, he needs like a framework, but I'm just glad that we're not having a guy that's like, I am going to micromanage this guy into a superstar. Because that's probably on the Bears, that's the best way to make sure that he's like riding the bench in Tennessee next year.
Okay, well, that's a different angle on it, because my first thought was, you just hired the dude who literally couldn't stop Jacksonville in the last week of the season and missed the playoffs as a result of it. Like he gave up like 28 points to the worst team. Like mathematically the worst team. The Lions won too many games. We're not going to get the number 1 pick. We won too many games. So like Jacksonville.
It's a very Lions
thing. That damn Goff.
It's an extremely Lions thing to do. Jared Goff's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
He's not terrible. Come on. But anyways, we won't turn this to a sports ball stream. Not right away. Usually we wait till the very end after the 4-hour mark.
I will say, I didn't see Ezra's newest post until you mentioned it. And so I looked it up. And the caption is the White Knights talking backwards, but what's the Red Queen up to again?
Yeah, well, he's the Red Queen, obviously.
There you go.
Right, well, also, Red is an acronym, which I don't know what that's supposed to stand for, but the Red Queen is taking heads. So he's like driving around North Carolina talking about.
I just kind of assumed it as Red because Flash, or something like that, and then Queen because he's, it's just because he's flamboyant, man, and that's what I love. I love his personality. I love how he is and everything. So yeah, I don't know if he's on the prowl of like what I mean. The first thing I thought too is like, well, what is Warner Brothers looking at this? Or are they kind of going like, hey Ezra, what are you doing? But then at the same time, I'm like, well, it's not exactly a bad thing of calling out, a big, huge hate group. Not bad for press for sure. So
the biggest risk with it is the fact that it's still under investigation, and even the family is avoiding confirming any particular group involvement. It seems like it's pretty clearly arson. Yeah. But the big risk is like, let's say it was like some neighbor kids or something like screwing around, or like based on what I've seen of the family, I don't get the impression that this would be the case, but it's sometimes these fires are started intentionally to get rid of, like, for tax purposes or for insurance purposes or whatever. Yeah. And I'm not making that accusation. I'm just saying that there are, like, if something outside of, like, his narrative ends up being the case, then it kind of looks bad for him, like, stoking up all of this over something like that. But like I said, I don't think it's like, I really highly doubt that, like, the family did it themselves or anything. But if they come out and they, I don't know. Well, and the fact that the state's handling it, I think, makes it look a little bit better, because the area's police has, like, a bad history of, like, the area is 20% black and the police force is 100% white. So
that's like most police forces.
Yeah.
Not in California. Yeah. Anyways,
does it depend on where in California? Or I don't know. I have no idea, because California's California's a huge state.
Yeah, but you're talking about in LA. Oh, it is like the white cops are probably the minority. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm going by what my uncle has said. You know, after he retired, he's like, oh yeah, it's probably like, yeah, it's mainly black and Latino.
So here's a question about Ezra. Okay. With respect to his relationship with Warner Brothers, like, does he have like dirt on them? Like, does he just have like some type of, because he is like Teflon. He when you think about, like, I mean, like, The Flash has had 4 directors, 1 actor. That's insane when you think about that. 4 directors, and they won't get. Not only would they not let him go, but he got the last pair of directors fired before they settled on Andy Muschietti. It's like, okay, so between The Flash and, like, Fantastic Beasts, like, they will not get rid of him. They will not let him go. So it's like, okay, does he have anything on, like, Hamada and Emmerich and those guys? I don't know. Like,
I don't think. I think that there's probably especially in the DCEU, actors that are willing to stick around and continue in their role are probably on a premium right now. And so they're like, look, whatever we need to do to not lose more than half of the Justice League, we're gonna do.
You think they care about that? You think they do care about that?
Oh, okay. Which I know people are make a big deal about. They're like erasing Snyder and whatnot, and like.
Well, no, I wasn't suggesting that.
Like Snyder, like, cast him originally, but you look at like the PR of, they lost Henry Cavill and they lost Ben Affleck, and so they lost Ray Fisher. So I guess they did lose more than half, right? So.
Exactly half.
Yeah, and so once you lose, like, Ezra Miller, then you've got Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot left, and it's the same reason that, like, not that this was a bad decision necessarily, but when they committed to Matt Reeves on the Batman so early, and then just, like, held on to him for years. You know, they gave him, like, basically carte blanche, and then held on to him for years while he finished up the Apes movie and wrote the script and all this stuff, because when Affleck wanted out of that role, they got him to pretend that he was going to direct that movie and star in it for, like, a year after he was like, yeah, I'm out of here.
And even he said that, like, I'll be an ape for Matt Reeves. I mean, they were playing the whole shtick.
And the moment he said that, he already knew he didn't want to do it at all.
Yeah, and Matt Reeves said, oh, yeah, it's going to be in the DCU. I mean, like, they had to play the part. I know some people are trying to throw Reeves under the bus for, like, oh, he lied to us and said it was like, no, he just had to play. I mean, yeah, they both played the game of, oh, yeah, Matt Reeves and Ben Affleck, we're going to work together. No.
Look at where the universe was at the time. They got rid of Snyder, and that looked bad. And then the thing that happened with Joss Whedon and the Justice League movie, like, totally killed the brand. And all they had was this stuff that was hypothetically in development. Aquaman was coming out, Wonder Woman was big, and so to them, Ben Affleck being, like, on the ropes, they were like, look, just don't make this official until we have a backup. And then they bring in Matt Reeves, and they're like, not that they had a reason to cut him, but the reason they jumped on that so quick and held on to it was because they needed proof of stability in the franchise. And like the same reason that, like, you know, Disney is pretending that Rian Johnson's Star Wars trilogy is still happening and have been forever. because when they have control over the narrative on this stuff, and you can avoid that creative differences article, and you once you kind of get people excited about what you're offering, then it's like, okay, change of plans, whatever. But where they were at the time, I think that whatever they had to do in order to avoid the more of a dumpster fire facade, or not even facade, but present, like to cover up the losing all their actors and losing all their directors and everything, and so any sense of stability or normalcy, they're like, Ezra, if you like whatever, like, not that he has leverage to like make them do anything, but if they're gonna be able to avoid like getting rid of him, I like they're not gonna be the ones to cut those ties. I don't think.
I mean, I think it's just because Godot and Momoa are pretty much like they're dialed into. I mean, but then again, Godot, she might be just doing one more and that's it. Who knows? Momoa's dialed in. I mean, now he's gonna be part of Fast and Furious, which is fucking like. Anybody else feel that was like a petty thing from Vin Diesel? Wow.
Well, and it's gonna backfire because he's still 4 inches taller than Vin Diesel. So he's only an inch shorter than the first thing I saw when I saw that. I was like, he's only an inch shorter than The Rock.
In movie height, that means he's about an inch shorter than Dom. Then that's how that's gonna work out.
All right, yeah. No, dude, apple boxes and forced perspective aplenty. Yes,
of course,
tons of that again. Because
oh man,
and
when I saw that was the first thing I thought. Was like,
there's no way
Dwayne Johnson wanted him for Hobbs and Shaw, right?
There's no way Momoa puts up with the underhanded like put downs from Vin Diesel trying to act like he's like a bigger deal than Momoa, right? Like he's gonna feel threatened by Momoa being a bigger movie star right now, and he's gonna have the casual put downs. He's gonna take pictures where he tries to force the perspective of making it look like he's as taller than Momoa. Like if you see all those pictures of his arm around someone, he's standing off to the side. And Momoa's not going to play that game. Momoa's going to think it's hilarious. He's going to love fucking with him. it's going to...
Well, and
you can take pictures with his hand on top of his head. Like, it's going to be...
we were talking about the Hobbs and Shaw thing. We were talking about that because we weren't certain. I forget, something happened like a month or so ago where, like, we weren't certain if we were not sure if those movies are going to continue.
I don't see it continuing. Why would they need it?
Well, it also, I mean, he's busy. I mean, especially after July, Warner Brothers is going to be like, you want to talk about hanging on to actors? They're going to want to hang on to him like for dear life.
Yeah, I don't see a sequel to Hobbs and Shaw. There doesn't need to be one. There's one spinoff. It's fine. Well,
they had a dangling thread. There was a dangling thread.
That's of all the recent Fast and Furious movies, it's the only one that wasn't like an unquestionable financial success.
Yeah.
So I've got a feeling
$1 billion.
Yeah, exactly. And so I've got a feeling that like Dwayne Johnson is smart from a business perspective and a PR perspective, and given the drama and the feud there, he's not about to go in and play the less popular spinoff character in Dominic Toretto's franchise. He's going to say, you know what, you can have those movies and I'll go do different movies that are bigger.
Well, and the funny thing about him being less popular is we all liked Hobbs. It wasn't like we didn't like Hobbs. And like I think there's even some of us that are like, okay, if you could just switch Dom and Hobbs, like I'll take that. Like I think the franchise would still be all right. Like
franchise is far better when Dom is a sub. When he's a side character. Like the main character Dom is just not as interesting.
No, he's not. I mean, it's the same thing over and over again. It's family. And I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Like, I've been over the franchise. Yeah.
Dom having a cameo at the end of like Tokyo Drift is way more exciting than him like doing anything else in anything else.
Yeah, but I think Vin Diesel doesn't know how the type of famous he is. Like he thinks he's movie star famous when I don't know. He's the guy that comes out and you're like, hey, everybody's like, hey, he's here, but like nobody's going to his birthday party.
Yeah,
like absolutely nobody is ever, because I don't even know what that would mean. No, I'm not. He comes out and it's funny for him to be there, but then people are like, have you ever seen where he lives? Or like, do you know any of his family or his other friends or like anything about him really below the surface? Like, no, and I don't want to. He is Dominic Toretto. He's frankly...
Or
like
Richard P. Riddick.
But he's a different guy in the Riddick movies. Like,
well, see, and that's the funny thing is, like, even with the Riddick movies, like, I still think the best one is Pitch Black, which is where he's not the main character. when he's not the main, this goes into the whole, when he's not the main character, he's better. And I like Chronicles of Riddick. I do.
Yeah. Well, no, then you bring in, like, I like Chronicles of Riddick too, but the worst part of it is him, like, having a character arc.
yeah,
you like the mysteriousness, like, right?
Yeah. Well, then you go back to
like Bruce Willis as a famous person though is compressed into Vin Diesel, where Bruce Willis you got like a good probably like 15-20 years where he was like, oh yeah, he's like a movie star, he's like charming and kind of funny. With Vin Diesel it was like the first movie and that was it. Like the Fast and the Furious, picturing him, he's like an actual character. He's like talking.
It's crazy because like he's great in like Saving Private Ryan, and when he did those roles where, and once again, it's not a main character role, but
Boiler Room.
You have those movies where he's like a smaller bit part or a side character, but like where before he was in like I feel like Triple X is kind of where it changed, and it's not just that. Like I don't know, it's weird because he is just a lot less interesting, and it's crazy because even some of those earlier roles weren't just like it's Vin Diesel doing a cameo. It was like there was nuance. He's actually a pretty good like he showed a lot of emotion in and like his death scene in Saving Private Ryan. I keep going back to that, but it's so good.
Credit him, man. Like credit to him. The moment that he was like, "Oh, am I Vin Diesel? Like, am I a name now? Do people know me? I'm just me." Then forget it. I'm never acting again ever.
Right. And then it was funny too because after Fast and Furious, after Triple X, where he kind of like he had his name on the marquee, he was the star. He was like, I don't want to do the sequels. I'm going to do other shit. Well, and then what happened? He came back. He was like, hey, I'll come back to Fast and Furious. I'll come back to Triple X. Holy shit!
Even in Fast and Furious, it was Brian O'Connor as the main character. And Vin Diesel as the side character / like villain ish, and that was the
Patrick Swayze. He was just both.
He was. Yes, that's exactly what he was. Yes,
and like, then to perfection.
Fast and Furious is totally a modern Point Break.
Oh yeah, it's Point Break.
The first one.
Without surfing and skydiving.
And then he wasn't even in number 2, and then he only had a poster.
I don't know. He's been in a lot of number 2, Steven.
Zing!
Walk right into that, Rake.
But then he also does, God, what was his Man on Fire? What was it called?
Oh, A Man Apart.
Yeah, A Man Apart. Thank you.
A Man Apart.
Right. Yeah. Which, again, is a different thing that he's like, I still want to show that I'm like an actor. And then they were like, oh, he is. And he's like, I'm done. I'm never doing that ever again. Mm-hmm. Just so you know that like Vin Diesel, the Vin Diesel, the movie star, not Mark. I'm not Mark anymore. I am Vin Diesel. This Vin Diesel can act. Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious is choosing not to.
Yeah.
So that everybody knows I'm not. When he's in Riddick, I love those Riddick movies because he's having so much fun, and I think that's the bummer of it is like Dominic Toretto doesn't have fun.
Yeah,
like
no, it's always very
kind of why that really those movies lost a ton for me when Paul Walker left, just because he was the source of the funny smile to the camera and that kind of thing. When it's just Vin Diesel, it's like
I can't do it. I can't do it. After 7, I was done. Fate, I could not stand. Not the last one, I was like, Jesus Christ, where are we going now? Space, yay!
Well,
and
it's like
I don't even know.
It's weird. I think it's very much indicative of Vin Diesel, where the franchise is it thinks it's self-aware. It thinks it knows exactly what it is, yet totally lacking awareness on how the self-awareness of the franchise worked before. Mm-hmm. Where like before it was self-aware in a way that like in the David Ayer sense of being self-aware because he wrote the first one. where it was like it knew it was absurd and was just absurd, and now it's absurd, and they've got Roman being like, "Isn't this so absurd?" And it's like,
but
no, not anymore.
You can't say that 9 movies in, man. You can't say that.
But the crazy, but all of that said, the audience clearly doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
clearly does not care.
That's very true.
It's going to see. It's like picking up Call of Duty or it's almost like the Madden of movies.
It really is.
That's
remember
good.
with your buddies.
I like that comparison, guys.
That is a really good comparison.
But it lost a lot for me when it's like it's only funny if you think it's serious though. Like if because it's all goofy, like I live my life a quarter mile at a time, or when they have that talk. It's the exact same thing as Nicolas Cage at the start of Gone in 60 Seconds, where he's like in palmetto blue and just get behind the wheel and just drive, man. And you're like, this is I'm in like euphoria.
I don't
because you are so in this, and that was the way that they were in like a cool way.
Cage is a great. Cage is a great comparison because they're like totally different actors in so many ways, but in his grasp, in his sense of who he is and what he brings, he knows when he shows up on screen what he's supposed to do, and he does it no matter what. Like nothing is going to stop him from doing it, and then Vin Diesel shows up, and it's like he thinks he knows, but he gives what he wants instead of realizing like people are like, no, dude, just show up and like mumble a little bit and then go away.
Well, Cage, like he's, and I'd say that both of them are in cases where like, okay, if you're casting them in a role, you're casting them in that role for a reason. But Cage at least has more range. Like, first thing I think of,
define range.
First thing I think of is Lord of War.
I think Vin Diesel's got more range than Cage does. He operates within it. Cage's range is not his range. He's operating well outside of his range 90% of the time. Just because he's going that far doesn't mean that
Nicolas Cage has the range of like your dad most of the time, and then when he gets really mad, and you're like, whoa, this is like a totally different guy. But like in Lord of War, it's like he's just not screaming for most of it. Like he's kind of talking.
Well, but that's
normally.
what I'm saying is like you've got to. These are guys that like you have to cast them. I mean, you have to cast anybody properly, but especially with these two, it's like you really have to know what you're casting for if you're going like. That's why Lord of War works. That's why Face Off works. It's like we know exactly who we're casting for this.
Yeah, and I'm not really. I'm not against. Because I remember Fast and Furious was, and probably still is, my least enjoyed movie. Because Dom is like he's on a mission of revenge. So that character, when you saw him, was just totally one note. He's like not talking. He's just not at all the character that he was in the first movie, or the one who pulls up at the end of Tokyo Drift. Like, he's just a different guy.
I see that.
But I was in it because Shea Wiggum is in that movie, so I'm obviously in 110%. But then you got through, and then it was like Fast 5, and it was like, this is just Dom now. And it was like you needed Paul Walker to be there to be like, oh yeah, I remember how you guys were like, the Buster kept me out of handcuffs, is like something that he just wouldn't say now.
Well, five was the one where like, I mean, it's The Rock's first, because Walker was still in that one. 5 is the one where like, I told people for years when people are like, which of these movies should I start with? And I would tell them 5. Start with 5.
I like my dessert first.
Yeah.
Then you can hit me with the vegetables. You hit me with the vegetables is probably 2 and 4 in that series. But there's, I don't know, it feels like, because what you were saying, Stephen, about them being like self-aware is, I think Too Fast, Too Furious is gleefully unself-aware, and all of that.
But
it's like
in a way that
dated.
Yeah, but I think that's Too Fast, Too Furious is a great contrast to like Fast 9 or whatever we're calling them now. because
they just went to F.
That's right, F9. The Fast Saga, I think, internationally.
Play pause.
Because Fast and Furious 2 is so.
Don't call. How dare you?
Too Fast, Too Furious.
Thank you.
There you go. Say it right.
Is in the fact that Fate of the Furious is just
F-A-T-E. God, I hate that. I hate that title.
of all movies to not use the anyway. But Too Fast, Too Furious is so what it is without knowing that it is. But that also is like what makes it work, and then they try to reverse engineer that now.
Well, yeah,
it just doesn't.
Well, because that's Roman and Tej. That's their first movie.
And again, Roman, a different Roman who
a different Tej.
Honestly,
truthfully.
man, in the scale of these movies, like the biggest tragedy is that Paul Walker and Tyrese didn't get like
their own spin-off.
That was a fantastic duo. Just, I mean, the way that Tyrese, him like pacing back and forth and then grabs that bag of food and opens it up every single time. I'm like, Tyrese is a great actor in this movie. Like, this is
but now all he does is fucking yell. He just yells and he's just
hungry.
But when he takes his shirt off, and then it's like the only time in all of these movies where it has like the sense of humor for Brian to say, "Put your buffs back on," and then he's like, "Hater."
And they stopped, like, after the fifth when they stopped pairing him. They didn't pair him with Paul Walker at all. They paired him with Tej the whole rest of the way. And it's like, it was this whole idea of, because I don't remember Tej being a techie in Too Fast, Too Furious.
He was not.
And then they just made him the brains. From Fast 5 on.
He was, but not like a.
He's not a hacker.
In Fast and Furious, if you can build a car, you can program a computer. Like you could, you could, like, it doesn't.
And he also did kind of have the energy of, like, if he wanted to take up hacking, like, he would be the guy that.
Yeah,
and I like. Listen, I honestly,
like, actually, I want to see that. I feel like that's a cut scene from another movie now, where it's like, we need someone who knows how to build a program, and he's like, "Give me some Adderall, I got it." And then he just like disappears, and then he comes back, and he's like, "I built a program." It's like, what?
he is like probably one of my favorite characters, like, in the whole franchise. Like, I love Ludacris in that role, but like, yeah, it is not that. There's a breaking. 5 is the breaking point. Or maybe it is the fourth one.
I mean, 6. I think 6 is great too, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what 6 was actually involved.
6 was the one with Shaw's brother.
Shaw's brother.
It's the one with with the runway that everyone makes fun of.
Oh, okay, there you go. I wasn't sure. For some reason, I always get 5 and 6 mixed up when it comes to the long.
5 is the one with the safe.
Letty's alive.
Yeah. Right.
The airport runway being impossibly long in Fast and Furious 6 to me is like the epitome of the franchise knowing what it is without making a big deal about what it is. Where like that's just it's just long, and like you don't have Roman being like, "This runway sure is long." Like, like, shouldn't this runway be up by now? Like, no, it just is. And then the audience at the end is like, didn't that? Like, that's what you're supposed to watch those movies and look back and be like, I don't think they're supposed to go into space. But now they have an audience insert character saying that. Like,
that was also Gal's last movie. That was because she died. Her character died on that runway.
Yeah, I mean, what's the odds of her coming back? They keep on bringing people back. So
I mean. She tucked and rolled.
I know.
And she was just in recovery.
Yeah, she might have a couple scars, Yeah,
maybe. They could recast her. They could be like, "I'm Giselle. I had reconstructive surgery."
Look,
I'm Giselle's twin sister.
They blew Han.
That's what they'll do.
They blew Han up in a car and brought him back years later.
No, even better. Pull a Prestige. It was always twins. It was always both, and nobody knew. And so only one of them died.
Oh no!
And then we'll have to go back and watch 6 again and be like, wait, which one is it in each scene? Because it was both of them and we never knew.
Okay, so it's funny.
Right, he or she was the other one. Oh man,
it's funny you bring up Prestige.
Which one was in the box? And which one?
I totally remember seeing the Prestige in theaters when it came out, and I remember, like, you know how, like, he had that assistant, like, I think his name was like Fallon,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like this big dude with a hat and glasses and like
beard and the
and I'm
chubby.
looking-
Spoilers for the Prestige coming.
Yeah,
the whole how old is the Prestige?
it's been out for a while. If you
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet, that's on me.
The whole time I'm looking at Fallon and I'm like,
That's makeup.
that is totally Bale in a fat
Yeah.
suit. That is absolutely, and I just thought he was playing dual roles. I had no idea.
No, he
They had
method acted
anything
that
to-
one. He split himself into two for that movie.
Oh yeah.
And
No,
one of them-
like,
and
yeah,
one of him put on weight, and the other one lost weight.
yeah, he was like, "Hey, Nolan, give me about 6 months." No, but like, yeah, it was like one of those things where like you're like, "Wait, why is that's that? Look at his eye. That's Bale." Like,
It's
what?
kind
what-
of it's
but you
funny. I
didn't
was gonna say it's
understand it.
crazy that Fast and Furious hasn't done something that goofy, but I guess they are discussing having Brian's brother.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I
so
know,
they're
like,
about as
we-
close as
They were discussing that like for the eighth, for finishing scenes in the seventh one, but also for the eighth one. They were talking about that like before they decided to have him ride off into the sunset. They were talking about using his brother as a stand-in after Walker died.
Yeah.
Which I thought that was a nice send off in 7, but then it's like, all right, and then we got 8 and 9, and then you got what's her name, Jordana Rooster showing back up, and it's like, all right, so Brian's just taking care of the kids, huh? Just this whole time, he's just taking care of the kids.
I did not. What are we on? Have 9 come out? I don't think I saw the 9.
Yes, the ninth one.
9
Was,
came
the,
out.
8
the
was
ninth-
John Cena, Peacemaker.
Did you see Tej and Roman go into space?
No.
We should do a live.
that's the
We
nice
should do a
one.
live watch of that.
We
with-
should
Oh my
totally do
god,
that.
we should.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they told me like they saw before I did. They were like like all of them like that like Dave, Steven, Amanda. They were all like just preparing me for the ridiculousness of them going into space. I'm like, no, and they were beating around the bush around it because I hadn't seen it. I saw it like a week later and was like, yeah, you guys undersold that. You undersold how ridiculous that actually was.
Oh, it was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous, but hey. That's why it's like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do for this next one? I mean, we got Momoa is going to be a villain.
Bring back
I'm like,
Jamon. Bring back Jamon Hunsu. He's back for God's eye. Give me God's eye.
that dude, he will do any and everything, no matter what. Like that, he like breaks so many rules like among fandoms. He's
always
like
good.
He's
It
like,
doesn't
I will
make
be in
sense.
Marvel and DC in the same year. I don't give a shit.
I will
Like
be on
Jamon
multiple
Hudson.
roles in Marvel and multiple roles in DC.
Right.
Like those are two things. The two things you don't do are have multiple roles in the same franchise or have a role in the opposite franchise. And he didn't just he
guy.
broke both rules on both sides.
Right.
Like, how is that even?
No idea. And he's like recurring too. It's not like he just showed up once. Like he had. I don't know how you can pull off being an Aquaman and Shazam, and then coming back for Shazam.
How do you pull off the? Let's bring back Korath the Pursuer. Like how does that happen?
Yeah.
that guy's crazy.
It's only Fast and Furious would have like the audacity as a franchise to like cameo Jamon Hunsu as a terrorist and not be like the main bad guy. Also, I want to point out here because this isn't spoken about enough. Furious 7 is supposed to be written 7, not the number.
So
And
what?
not enough people get this right. James Wan said during press it is 7 written out because it is his tribute to the 7 Samurai.
What?
So it's not supposed to be the number, and I think
You know,
even Universal has gone back on it. Which
You could have
sucks.
given me 100 guesses as to why.
and it's 7 Samurai. Obviously, this is the movie.
Yeah. I mean, I
Seven-
guess in the same way that like Captain America Civil War is the Godfather or whatever they compared it to. Like,
Yeah, I think.
I mean, he
his
might as well have
version-
been like you spell it out, but you use a 7 for the V because it's like the movie 7, and I would have been like, that makes just as much sense.
Yeah,
as,
I think it was in the original Japanese, like it was translated. That's why he says, "Daddy's got to go to work," and then carries the chain gun down the street.
just I just
After he
read-
rips off his cast and his arm is still bulging with a vein sticking out. It's like, dude, have you been working out?
You know, he's been watching himself on TV.
Yeah.
that the football that he was watching on TV was The Rock playing football in college.
Right. Yeah.
Wrestling matches. Yeah. Jeez.
And I will never have a more like my Matrix is breaking moment than the end of Fate when they had the little boy and they said like, what's his name? And me, my brother, everyone in the world said, "Oh my God, he's going to say Paul, and all of us are going to be destroyed." And he says Brian.
Oh my God!
And all of us go, "Wait."
Oh my God! I was the same way, dude. Oh man.
His uncle?
Yeah. Who's still alive within the movie?
But it was probably because it was probably Vin saying like, "I can't do that to him."
Just do Pablo. Name him Pablo. Like that's because that's even what
it's what his dead mother would have wanted.
No, I was with you on that too. I was like, oh, his name's gonna be.
I was ready and not ready. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of I was with you on that one. I was like, how did you not just okay, you named him his character that he played as opposed to just him. Hell, they could have just called him Walker. I mean, that could be a first name.
Buster.
Yeah. Oh man. But it's gonna be interesting to see, what kind of flavor Momoa is. It's just, to me, when hearing that that Dwayne Johnson wanted him to actually be in the first Hobbs and Shaw movie, but it couldn't happen. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, it'll happen." And then all of a sudden, Vin Diesel's like,
and that makes way more sense.
I'm gonna take your boy.
That makes way more sense too, because they go to the island and they do the haka and so like, I don't know. My big like, I think that Jason Momoa is probably the most phenomenally cast addition to the franchise since Dwayne Johnson, probably.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Except,
Charlize Theron.
But I don't have faith that Vin is going to let Momoa outshine Dom.
No, it's gonna be it's gonna be awkward. It's gonna be one of those where
it should be a slam dunk, and I can't help but feel like, look at what they did with Cena in 9. Like he's so much more talented and his entire role in that was like to fillet Dom.
Totally.
Like
pretty much.
They made him the same size. Actually, no. I think
Cena is actually that. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think Cena is actually.
Yeah. Cena's not tall.
He's 6'1", so he's only like 3 inches taller than him. But,
right. Am I the only one that now I like, especially with this now? I just want to see because between now Momoa's in this and he was in C with Dave Bautista. It's like, okay, can we somehow get The Rock, Momoa, and Dave Bautista together? Can we get those three in a movie?
Yeah, like how much new Three Amigos?
Like how much power would it at C? You know what? There it is.
I'd be down.
There it is.
Hey, why not?
The new Three Amigos.
Oh yeah.
Momoa hasn't really done comedy.
But he can.
It's funny.
It's not like he can't.
Surprising to me. Like you say he hasn't done comedy, and my brain is immediately like, oh yeah, no, he was in the other guy. No, he was in.
Nope.
He was in Hot. No, what was? He was.
Yeah.
In,
some missed opportunity that we have not seen. Well, he was in Justice League. He was in Justice League.
I think a big part of it's going to depend on like what his character description is. Like if he's like billionaire Silicon Valley, it would be like yes, oh my god. But I think the thing that's going to be is if he shows up on set and he has his hair cut short.
Oh god.
Vin Diesel's going to be like, fuck, I'm fucked. Because this is like short hair Jason Momoa. Google Trends.
Can you imagine?
Outpace Vin Diesel massively.
Can you imagine a shaved head, Jason Momoa with like a long beard?
Ooh, go bald.
You've been sneaking some listens to Stephen and my discussion of Rebel Moon. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my
that would be fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, no, I mean that would shock everybody. It's like, what if
we talked a lot about Momoa in the soon to be published, I think.
Yeah. Speaking of Rebel Moon
See, I'm right there with you guys.
Everyone, pick your tongues up off the floor from Sophia's video, please.
Oh yeah, just that yeah. I tweeted it out. Yes,
It's not even that long of a video, but everybody's
it's just her working out, doing some stretchies and some like poses and stuff like that.
She is a very
really
flexible individual.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
Let me see. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, just look at my Twitter at Dice. Don't worry. Look at it later.
Don't look at it now. You'll be gone. Don't look at it now.
Yeah, married man. I don't know. I don't know what you're about.
But you know what? I think we should transition to. I think what I think Mr. Dice wants to talk about is hey, that episode of Book of Boba Fett that just showed up today, because but this week. Yeah,
I have no idea what you're talking about. There was no episode of Book of Boba Fett this week.
I know. I'm still waiting for that Book of Boba Fett. I even made that joke of my little.
What I'm fascinated about is that I don't know who else has realized this yet, but we are about to have a conversation where there are going to be two opinions on this that are coming from totally opposite ends of the spectrum. I think, and they're going to disagree with why you hate it. And I'm excited to see that.
Why? Who hates it?
Oh no! I just needed it. We'll see. Just keep going.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, no, I'm curious. I'm curious to see where this conversation is going to go, because I didn't hate the episode. I didn't. It kind of threw me. I mean, obviously, it was teased in the previous episode. We heard the music. We heard, just the way that episode ended. It was like, okay, what's going to happen? But I don't think anybody suspected that we were going to get a full-on Mondo like episode where, it was just, hey, what's he doing right now? Well, how is he like handling business with his dark saber and everything? Like, and I thought, well, this is cool. But there's a lot of people that, I mean, I saw so many the same joke over and over on the timeline. Yeah, the best episode of Book of Boba Fett is the one that he's not in. It's like, It's even funny when they do the promo. You see like the promo and like new Book of Boba Fett episode, and it's like, is it really? But yeah. So let's open it up. Let's talk about this.
It's frustrating because there's always been this contingent of like people. I'm sure that Dice commiserates with this. This contingent of people who just hate like hardcore Star Wars fans who have always disliked Boba Fett because he's the like. I don't know what the people who like Boba Fett are like. I don't know the same kind of people who would like Cable or like the X-Men character or any like or Dash Rendar is put in a similar place. But I'd be Dash Rendar, any like '90s character with a lot of pockets, like someone that would have been drawn by what's his face that loves drawing pouches.
Rob,
he's very much that like. Action, like 90s action, like star kind of character. And so there's people that are like, this is the coolest thing ever. And there's people that just say like, oh no, he's the only reason people like him is because of his armor and he does nothing else cool. It's like there is so much, like, yeah, sure, in the movie he's got cool armor, but like, there's a lot of subtext there about like the way he interacts with Darth Vader that's fascinating.
Yeah,
but also But also, he's got stories outside the movies that are like really cool and make him kind of a badass also. And so this like insistence on like Boba Fett's a trash character, and now this show comes along and there's so many people that are like, see, I've always said that he's a trash character. It's like, but that's not what like the show doing a bad job is not a judgment on the character. It's a judgment on the execution. Like.
Dice.
Well, there are two separate conversations to have here. One is about the Boba Fett show. One is about Disney's Boba Fett, and then the other is about this weird like mid season 3 episode that is put into this, which I don't know. I'm very I would not believe you that most of these are written by the same person,
right?
I don't understand. What should we talk about first? You want to talk about this new episode or my overall thoughts about Boba Fett?
We could do the whole thing, man.
Whatever you want to start with your thoughts on Boba Fett.
Yeah. Your thoughts leading up to this episode.
I went back to watch where he appeared in The Mandalorian, and he is badass. He's great. He is probably the coolest that you could hope for from Boba Fett coming back. He lives up to the action. He's just brutal in a fight. He is like man of few words. They even created a plot thing where it was like, I'm Boba Fett, but I'm going to help you because I have to. And so you're like, yes, Boba Fett is not the kind of guy to like just team up with people, but now he's like honor bound to do this thing because I made a deal. Great. You tricked him. Now Boba Fett has to help you. And he's wicked. And at the end of the show, he goes in, he's like, I'm taking out Bib. I'm now in the throne. Great. I don't even know what that means. It kind of came out of nowhere and we were all going, what's Book of Boba Fett? Then I'm watching the show and I don't really know who this character is.
Well, especially because the tease at the end of The Mandalorian is like, here's Jabba's palace and Boba Fett just comes in and like shoots everybody.
Maybe killed, murders.
And then he sits on.
It's not even him. It's Fennec.
Yeah.
And then he just shoots Bib, and it's like, oh great, he's just like settling old scores. By the way, this is after the Sand People. He has already had his time in the wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, that was also another thing. Where as I was watching this, is I was like, I mean, I've said kind of across the board, like. I've read a lot of stories about Boba Fett and like who this guy is. And if you had said 2 years ago, Steven and I would have probably joked and been like, yeah, but wait until Disney's Boba Fett, where it's revealed that like he's really just kind of misunderstood and he's actually like kind of a good guy and a man of honor. We would be like, could you imagine? And then fast forward to I'm not even gonna go into like the action or like the floor is lava parkour. But there was a point, I think it was in episode 3 where no, it wasn't.
It's the Vespa episode.
It was not that. I skipped that one because it was the one that everybody made fun of. But I went in and watched
Spy Kids Vespa episode.
Yes. And I watched episode 4 and I thought, did I miss like where it is explained why he is doing this? Like, why he wants to now be like the manager of like settling squabbles, of being a daimyo, because going from like a bounty hunter, like, and I had a thought, well, maybe some stuff will be filled in here, but no, like literally from the Sarlacc, the guy that comes out is this dude who will do the right thing if he's able to, has his code of honor that is like, I don't know. It's just, to me, I mean, just this is not the Boba Fett character that I have, even in canon, have experienced or is. Well,
and it would make sense if that was something he got.
Really.
If he got that from his time with the Tuskens, I think that would make sense.
If it softened him or something,
that would be the plot. That would make sense. But like you said, he came out of the Sarlacc that way.
Well, but I mean, even beyond that, like he's going through and they've come to pay their tribute, and he's like, oh, how many more people are coming here to see me, without going through why this guy, he could just get up and leave. Like, what is the benefit? Is it that he's old and like doesn't want to be fighting anymore? Because like chronologically, a week ago, he was like tearing ass on a squad of stormtroopers, and that was like Timura Morrison doing it. They were speed ramping to help, but it was effective. But the big problem is I was watching it and I was saying, I went back. I did the research. I went back and watched the Mandalorian episodes and Boba Fett, every episode up to it, because I wanted to understand what is motivating him and what is the actual story that I'm seeing like move through, conflict and like what is the ultimate goal that he's pursuing here. And I ended up saying, I don't know. The script says that, which then when people say that the show feels aimless or directionless, I'm like, he literally is. I don't know. They put in a kind of jokey line where he says, I'm not a bounty hunter. And I'm like, that's funny because like he is. So it's like very self-aware. It's like a middle finger to people like, hey guys, like, no. Now he's like Kevin Costner in Dances with Wolves, but I don't know how that equates to anything that he's actually doing. It would be very weird to introduce a show with a new character who just walks in and takes over like a crime lord, a crime boss, because we would all be going, where did he come from and why is he doing this? And we know where he came from because he's Boba Fett, but I'm watching a show where I'm like, I don't know what he wants. I don't know what is his goal here other than like
Respect.
Earning respect, which he was feared.
Yeah.
Even that is like
Vader.
respect from what that's like puts him into a submissive position of like, no, I want to be respected. Then it would be like, okay, cool. But then I also feel like that's not really the characterization that Tamora Morrison is, or that's not what the Tusken Raider storyline contributes to. That's like almost to wound him or like give him. It's also weird because the Tuskens aren't really tied to Mos Espa either. So like, I was expecting, well, maybe, you know, something happened to him that would explain why. I literally don't know what his end game is in this story, which is the big thing. So then I'm just watching it happen, and then the episode ends, and you're like, okay, I guess he's just like Boba Fett's summer. I don't know. This is a random story in his life. I mean, honestly, if you said a Boba Fett TV show, you'd be like, oh, cool. So he's going to be like going out on contracts and missions and like, right.
See, I mean, I think like when Mandalorian came out, I mean, essentially a lot of people probably went like, well, why is this not the Boba Fett?
Why isn't he a bounty hunter? In that
because,
way. Yeah. Especially when you got like the people were criticizing the Baby Yoda thing from taking him away from doing like,
Grogu.
Contracts.
His name is Grogu.
How dare you?
That seriously does irritate me. His name is Grogu. That's like a thing where it's like, come on, guys, seriously.
When he finds the child.
The child. No, but Ray, what do you have to say about this?
Okay. So first off, this has been a very frustrating week with respect to this show and the reason it isn't even so much, it's like, all right, you decided, I liked the episode. I did. I liked the episode. It's season 3, episode 1 of The Mandalorian. That's what it is. I don't care what it's called. I don't care what they named it. It's the season 3 premiere of The Mandalorian. That is what it is. Period.
We can return to the Baby Yoda conversation with this reason.
well, no, see, but they say his name is Grogu in the damn show, Dice. Whatever that title,
Boba Fett says the Return of the Mandalorian.
Okay, but when there's no Boba Fett in the fucking episode at all, fuck off, as far as I'm concerned. So here's the thing: I like the episode for what it was. It answered questions that I had at the end of season 2 of Mandalorian. What's Mando up to? How is he dealing with the Darksaber? How does he feel about Grogu going off Luke? It answered all of those questions. And I was totally like gung-ho for seeing that when we actually got season 3 of The Mandalorian. Not now in the middle of the show where you spent 4 episodes building this new story and then you just halt. Everything comes to a full stop. And I know they didn't do this on purpose. I know that this episode was filmed months ago or however long ago it was. I know this wasn't part of the plan, but it really felt like in some weird metaverse way that like they heard everybody bitching about this show for the last month and decided, okay, we're going to give you guys a break, throw you a bone. Here's a Mando episode so you can stop complaining, which is why it's really irritated me to hear everybody all week talk about how this is the best episode of the Book of Boba Fett because it's the one that doesn't involve him at all. And it's like, so they're pandering to you. And I know they didn't do it intentionally. I know that that's a weird thing to think of because it wasn't what they actually did. It felt like that was what they did, though. Like they just decided, oh, everybody's bitching. Let's give them season 3 of The Mandalorian to tide them over and keep them from bitching. Whatever. That's how it felt.
But it's not like they just had this episode just sitting like, oh, hey.
No, I know.
I
know.
It's weird because it's not even a problem. I think it's totally cool to have, and like it's a fun side adventure, hypothetically, to have an episode that's, and like even the way they end it where they're like, oh, and now there's Fennec.
Yeah.
And like that's a cool way to have bring in the side character the problem is that the entire plot is for a different show. So the plot of season 3 of Mando is now contained in the Book of Boba Fett instead of the Mando premiere, which I don't know why it's there instead of
hopefully important. Hopefully important scenes. Like if they had opened with him and then he leaves and Fennec is there, it would be like, oh, okay, yeah. But when it was like into the third or fourth scene with him, it was a case of like, are they just like, am I gonna? If this stuff is important, then how long do I have to wait?
Well, look at like what's the entire point of everything that happens before he gets to Tatooine? The entire purpose of that is a lore. It's literally just a lore dump for season 3 stuff. Here's what's up. Here's what's up with Mandalore. Here's what's up with the Darksaber. Here's what's up with Baby Yoda. Here's a package to take to Baby Yoda. Like it's all MacGuffins for a different show.
I don't normally like have the counter going like at the bottom of the episode, but in this case I did because I was counting how long it was going to get to. How long was it going to take before we saw Boba in the episode? The answer is we never fucking saw Boba in the episode.
Just got a reference. Yeah. So at the end.
So the thing is like, okay, and I have a very different perspective on the show because, like Dice, you say that you have no idea what his end game is. He said what his end game was in the 4th episode. He said it. He flat out said it in the conversation with Fennec.
What was it?
He said that he was tired of working for guys that were getting him killed, and he wanted to call his own shots. At this point, that's why he no longer wanted to be a bounty hunter. And as far as like the journey that he made to get to this point, he had a vision quest, literally in the second episode.
He was back in the Sarlacc.
He had a vision. But it was the whole
tree thing.
The tree thing and the whole the Native American parallel. Yes, that is what it is. It is an allegory. Understandable. But that's what has changed him. And that's why it's funny because so many people were bitching about the flashbacks. And I'm like, if you pay attention to the flashbacks, it explains exactly how he's changed and why he's changed.
I think the flashbacks are better than the present, to be honest.
But I really feel like a big issue that people are having with this is preconceived expectations. I think that's a massive part of this. And it's not even just so much like preconceived expectations for like, what they've always thought Boba Fett was. It's like what you guys just said. You heard that there was a Book of Boba Fett show. Oh, well, he's going to be going on jobs and having contracts, and it's not the show that you expected. So it's literally another case.
But I'm not holding that against the show. I mean, if you had said, 2 years ago, they're going to make a Boba Fett show, Steven, and Steven said, oh yeah, but the whole story is going to be that he decides he doesn't want to be a bounty hunter anymore. He wants to like create a family and start looking out for like troubled teens in his neighborhood.
But here's the thing though, Dice, if you had told me like 5 years ago or 5 or 6 years ago that the next time we saw Luke Skywalker, he was going to throw his lightsaber over his shoulder and completely, denounce all the ways of the Force and almost go to the dark side. Like people would be like, that's not Luke Skywalker. I can't believe you would even think like that's how incredulous. This feels to me like The Last Jedi all over again in terms of like how people are receiving it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like they really like J.J. Abrams, man, I don't know if any moment in a movie has ever been built up more than Luke turning around, because it wasn't just Luke, it was Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker with, 30 years, 40 years of just like geek fandom turning around. And then Rian Johnson says, yeah, but actually like Luke kind of sucked, like to a certain degree. Like he wasn't the guy that fandom wanted him to be, or like, or was unavoidable, to become. Like, just like Han wasn't Han, Leia and him didn't work out. Like I understood that. So I came around on that a little bit more. I think the difference there is that like Boba Fett is a character who the way you introduce him in The Mandalorian is like, yeah, this is Boba Fett. Like he's got his own mission now, older. We don't know what story led him here, right? Like he's old, grizzled. The time is kind of unavoidable issue with like the actor. But besides that, Boba Fett is like, okay, cool. If he is deciding that after being the deadliest, like most notorious hired killer in the universe, is now not what he wants to be doing, and he wants to create a new purpose, then I would expect that to be what the show is, like capital A, about. Like that is his character's journey. If I describe the show to you, I would be describing a sojourn with sand people and a vision quest, and the sand people teaching him their ways and then getting wiped out, and then him taking over Jabba's role and then trying to like get respect and like quell unrest and civil issues. I would be like, that's that. I don't know why you're calling it. I don't know why you're calling it Boba Fett. Like this could be a really cool. Just use a different character, you know, like make this Biggs or
why though? Like I don't understand why it's such a big
because
deal.
You're using Boba Fett to sell the story, and you sold this show based on him in The Mandalorian, and then in the first episode you pull like, yes, okay, you can, good on you, Jon Favreau and Robert Rodriguez, like you got us. You wanted Boba Fett, nice try. Boba Fett isn't who you thought he was. He's actually wants to be this different character, which is like, you can do that. But then when I like the movies, but I dig the character of make a Western, like hell yeah, make a Western with Boba Fett. But like Boba Fett should be like the Man in Black or the gunslinger, and you made him the sheriff. Like you can understand why people would be like, oh, that's not at all the Boba Fett story I wanted.
Right there. It's not at all the Boba Fett story that you wanted. It's another case of they didn't do what I wanted them to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's Boba. I mean, if you had Luke come in and he started murking dudes, that would also be really weird.
No, but there are tons of people who look at not my Luke when it comes to how he's portrayed in The Last Jedi.
I think that the point of focus, the big thing that Dice said was the it's what it's capital A about. It's not that like I don't think it's wrong to have a story where Boba Fett is the sheriff, but that needs to be like
you got to know
what is interesting about that. What if you say, oh, there's a show and Boba Fett's the sheriff? My questions are like, oh, that's cool. Why? Like, and the show, sure, there's a line here or a line there, kind of saying like, I don't want to work for other people, but that's in service of a story that's not about why he's the sheriff. He just happens to be the sheriff, and a story about I'm not even sure yet, taking down the Pike Syndicate or something.
I disagree with that. I think that
it's like in BVS, if you've got a fallen Batman, and yet it's not about Batman being fallen and being redeemed, and he just happens to be a killer, and it's just
people would be rightfully pissed.
I really don't agree with that. I do feel like in the first, I do feel like this show, if I don't know, maybe it's just. Listen, it is all subjective. So if you look at this show and you don't see it, or it's not what you want to see, that's fine. I understand that. We can agree to disagree. I think there's more than enough there to explain exactly why the hell he's the sheriff, or why he's doing what he's doing at this point. At least I saw it in the first 4 episodes, not this week's episode. This week's episode, I saw nothing. But the first 4 episodes, I saw.
I mean, part of what's frustrating about this, part of what's frustrating about the storytelling, also, though, I think is. In the same way that I was talking about, like the Mando stuff, just like that being like service as a lore dump, is the shows. Yeah, sure, they explain stuff, but I don't just need. I'm not here to like have Star Wars explained. It's for watching how the developments happen. So yeah, sure, I know how it got from point A to B, but what's interesting about getting it from A to B is not saying he was A and now he's B because he wants to be. It's about watching that progression. And what I feel like the way that the storytelling here is happening is they just say he is this because he is this, and it's like, okay, cool, I have my explanation like on paper, but like where was the scene where he was a killer and then made the decision to stop being a killer? Or where was the scene where he was...
But why would you, if you're using a character like Boba Fett, why would you get that scene in the show when you already know who the character is? You already saw him be a killer in the
Was
other
it-
incarnation.
Was it the scene where he was in the Sarlacc pit and then he's like maybe he had I almost died. Maybe I should, which I thought was a cool scene inside because I mean that was a creepy scene, by the way. I love that scene. And he says like dead stormtroopers and shit like that. It was so
he
good.
Did too. He keeps dreaming about it.
Yeah, no.
he has and I had this thought of like there's a really and I can't think of the specific example. I know you guys will. It's kind of like one of those universal things where you could absolutely have made Boba not a nice guy, like not a good person, because he's not. So I mean, if there's one thing is like prior to this, he was not a good person. Like he was, even among thieves, he was like notorious because you just didn't want to cross him. He would kill you as quickly as he would his target.
But
there was no
in the movies. In the movies?
No, up to like the canon that they've like the comics and stuff.
The books, the literature. I can
well,
see
I mean,
that.
but also Vader. I mean, that's his very first introduction is
him.
Vader telling him not to disintegrate people.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
that's true.
But like,
yes,
you could make him. You could have made him a more, and I think it's what you're saying, Stephen, like visibly different person when he came out of that Sarlacc pit, and have him like, yeah, like I'll be. It's survival to be among these people. Like it is, this is the way that I'm going to survive, is by aligning with these people. I'm going to learn from them. There's going to be an unspoken respect here. And then when they are all wiped out, I am not a good person, but this is too far. Or this has stirred something in me that we would all be watching and saying like
that's
this
compelling.
guy is
That's
not
really
a good
compelling.
person.
Well,
but
subjectively speaking, I'm sure that's extremely compelling, and it's not like I'm not saying that I wouldn't watch it, but I just don't see why. For me personally, I don't see what is there is compelling for me. And when I look at like when you say that Boba is not a good person, like he's a bad person. I'm thinking you have to remember I'm coming at this from the perspective of somebody that didn't get involved in the EU/Legends canon. I didn't read the comics. My whole my knowledge of Boba Fett is from Empire, Return of the Jedi, and anything that happened in Clone Wars or Rebels where he showed up. Right? All of that is considered canon. And to me, especially like when you look at because there's a few times in the Back to Tank flashbacks where they go back to the young Boba from Attack of the Clones. Like they specifically reference like him watching Jango fly off, and also like even the part where like his father was beheaded by Mace Windu. To me, I look at
surrounded by water.
So I look at that, and I look at like some of the stuff with him in like in the animated shows. Like I think mostly Clone Wars. I don't think he was in Rebels, but like Clone Wars for sure. And like I don't see a guy that like is just definitively bad. Like he's not.
He was still mostly a kid in those, right? Like,
but that's the thing though. Is like he lost his father. By that time, his father's already gone, and he's already like.
You said you've seen the Clone Wars, right?
Yes.
That's his entire arc in that is about trying to kill Mace Windu and why he hates the Jedi and he wants revenge and he goes under Aurra Singh's wing, and Aurra Singh is like super ruthless AF also, and then Cad Bane trains him, and Cad Bane is even badder than Aurra Singh is.
Okay, so that tells me the people training him are bad, but that doesn't mean that he's inherently bad.
Well, but what does he do? What does he do in that show that tells you that he's good?
No, it's not that what he does that tells me what he's good. It's what he doesn't do that tells me he's not completely bad. He's not Cad Bane. He's not Aurra Singh. He doesn't go to that extreme. We don't see.
I mean, he tries to blow up a ship full of kids to get Mace Windu.
Because he's trying to get Mace Windu.
And he's willing to blow up a bunch of clones of him.
Yeah, he's not a hero, and I'm not saying like he's evil. I'm not ascribing evil to him, but he was raised by Jango, and he was raised to be a bounty hunter. Like he was brought into that profession. And then you have like there are entire comics, and he shows up in the Darth Vader one, which I think my big thing is it's like, okay, Boba Fett is the most famous not good dude, like most dangerous killer in Star Wars. I think that if you make the choice to have him not present that way in his own story, especially because he absolutely did in The Mandalorian, like he murders stormtroopers in the most brutal ways that like has ever been shown ever, and then decide, right? But after that, when his own show started, he stopped.
Well, he even shot Bib Fortuna in cold blood in the introduction for this show.
Yeah,
which happened after the Sarlacc pit.
And again, like you can, I mean, it's.
But there's a difference between shooting stormtroopers in cold blood and taking over a criminal empire, like taking over Mos Espa.
Well,
there's a massive difference between those two things.
I mean, it's also the case of like, for me, introducing him as he's not actually bad. He's just misunderstood. He's as bad as he has to be. Then it's like, okay, I mean that you're going to disappoint a lot of fans who are expecting, man, if there's one bad dude that you are going to make a show about, capital B, capital D, bad, most famous bad dude in Star Wars, the show. If the point of the story is he's not that bad, then I think that it's not only valid for some fans to say, I really don't like this story you're telling, but it's also fair for them to say, with The Mandalorian and with Boba Fett, it's kind of selling me something that I'm not getting.
To be 100% crystal clear, under no and I have to tell people this on Twitter on a regular basis. Just because I disagree with you does not mean that I think that your disagreement is invalid. There's nothing invalid with respect to anybody's issues with the show. All I'm saying is that I feel that the issues with their show, I feel that the issues that they have come from what their own expectations.
And I think people take that as invalidating it, which is, well, your problem was you didn't get what you wanted.
But that's
like, but what I wanted was what Star Wars sold me by calling this the Book of Boba Fett and having him murk dudes.
Okay, but what they sold, but what they sold you with the Book of Boba Fett was, it's still based on your expectations. Because if you're telling, if your thesis is that they sold you on the idea that he was going to be a killer for this show, based on
he was a killer, they already had.
Well, no, what you're saying is if your thesis is that what they set him up with in The Mandalorian is what they sold you on what the show was going to be, that's still a case of you're expecting to see exactly what you saw in season 2 of The Mandalorian in the Book of Boba Fett. Just like...
Well, yeah.
Right. And they decided not to go in that direction. And I
know, and personally, I agree. That is hilarious. Like, that Jon Favreau and Robert Rodriguez were like, we're going to have a Boba Fett show, and it's going to be like Spy Kids or like Cody Banks of just like silliness of
Cody,
and
you brought in
goofiness,
Cody Banks?
Like bits, like gags, like two Jabbas being carried on guys with fires on their shoulder going, oh, like these are funny jokes. You cast who you cast as the mayor's representative. Like this is a comedy bit when he's greetings is like, oh, they're making this like a comedy.
Who is that, by the way?
David Pasquasi. He's the husband in Veep. Yeah, he's hysterical.
Okay, I haven't seen Veep. So.
Was he also in Arrested Development? No, not that guy.
No, you're thinking of the principal from Community.
Oh, no, not that guy. Not that guy.
It's not him, but he reminds me
of
him.
Yeah. Okay, I thought it was. I was like, oh, that guy. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean,
because I thought he looked familiar too. I've been meaning to look him up.
Yeah.
So.
I think and I know, Steven, like we've said, Robert Rodriguez, Boba Fett show, everybody goes, holy shit. Like, how are they going to do this on Disney Plus? And then you go like,
because everybody was expecting Desperado, and
they didn't
expect.
How dare we? How dare we be excited for the movie that we like Robert Rodriguez made?
No, Steven, that's not Steven. You know that's not what I'm saying.
No, but I think what's interesting is like there is so many different directions that can go, because you've got like there's and like even Desperado is like they bring in the guitar cases and stuff, which like frankly. Give me the version of Boba Fett with the guitar case finale, like hell yes, like hell yes, do that with this, or give me a character, or do the Once Upon a Time with Mexico. Give me a character, give me the Johnny Depp character in this
fake arm,
and
do like eyes gouged out,
like do all like that's cool, or like you know what? Let's take it even further. Let's do the machete let's do like the machete kills version.
Wait a minute. You just told me 2 weeks ago that seeing Danny Trejo in the episode took you out of the episode.
Well, as an actor, but what I'm saying is like if you're going to commit to like not doing like the show, if you're not going to do the John Wick, but you're not going to do the Judge Dredd with Boba Fett. Like that's what everyone expected Judge Dredd with Boba Fett. I think
that's what people wanted. Yeah.
And what they got was not Desperado, not Machete, but Spy Kids.
Yeah.
And
I think that's what was the weird thing is,
and like Spy Kids is good. I'm not even trashing Spy Kids here. I'm saying the genre and tonal choices are more consistent with Spy Kids than they are with any of his other work. That's coming from like, I like Spy Kids. It's got 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, that's not a diss against Spy Kids. It's just weird choice.
It would be as weird as somebody defending Spy Kids as a movie for adults. That is, to say it's for kids is disrespectful. The storytelling and the action scenes are intended for an adult audience. I would just be like, why are you... Stephen was saying, you got to watch episode 3. You got to watch this chase sequence. And I watched episode 3, and I guess some people were offended by like the color or whatever. And for me, it was like, this fits with the show. Like it is.
They were offended by the color, and they were more offended by the speed.
Well, when I watched the chase sequence, I was kind of watching it going like, are you telling me that people defended this as not silly? Like, when I was watching that, it hit me like, oh, this is a show intended to be like goofy, fun for
we
kids.
Know they're fully capable. I mean, we saw the train heist. You know, they're fully capable of putting together a chase scene that feels like the train sequence or whatever. And that's not, and it's not just that they failed to do that, but the way that the scene is constructed is intentionally designed to feel that way.
I feel with respect to all of this, I guess I'm just entirely less cynical than everybody else is with respect to it. Like that thing you just said about how, are there people defending this as not being silly? And I just looked at it as, I don't care if it's silly or not.
See that?
I don't.
Okay.
I really don't.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if people are saying, if people said, because I saw a little bit where people were like, this is not my idea of like what a Boba Fett show or yada yada. This is not what I expect from a chase in a Star Wars thing. Yeah,
right.
Where people were coming back and being like, Star Wars has always been this. You're wrong and not as much of a fan as I am for thinking this.
See, and that's going too far. There is no right or wrong.
That was
with
the thing
this.
is I was watching that chase and thinking like, you don't like, they know what they're making. Like nobody would look at that chase sequence and say like, if we were trying to make something that is like super serious and like stuff that like the 18 to 35-year-old crowd would call cool, we crushed it. Like it was obviously, we're aiming for this to be like zany with sliding under stuff and going through paintings, and like you have a droid spin its ball before moving for a
Scooby-Doo effect.
A gag,
or like the
which once again that's a creative choice, not a failure.
Yeah, if somebody was critical of it and said like, this shouldn't be in Star Wars because they didn't know how bad this sucked, I would be like, no, you're wrong. They clearly knew what they're doing. But if then somebody said, yes, exactly, this is great stuff for an audience of all ages. I love cool shit, and this is badass as hell. I'd be like, well, you're not right either. Like, don't try to make this sound like this is Fast and Furious.
Okay, but that's the thing though. Nobody is right or wrong. People can have their opinions either way about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody goes to see Spy Kids and they're like, forget Fast and Furious or Dread, no, you show this to kids? I'd be like, well, no, yes, you absolutely do.
Why? Someone out there feels that way. That's the thing. Somebody out there feels...
I would probably say that person like is probably wrong. Like, you should show that to your kids if you're denying them that. Saying it's like the parents who say, my kids, you can't watch The Simpsons. is it's like, yeah, okay, you can make that call, but like, since it is intended for kids.
I mean, but that's the thing. Like we can agree or we can disagree with it, but I feel strongly about this. It's all subjective.
Well, you know what? You know who's gonna have like the best opinion about this? Your guys' boss over here at Screen Rant, Mr. freaking Rob. He's right here. What's up, buddy?
Hey, everybody! May the force be with you all, or something.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wish I had a Mandalorian helmet so I could mimic my favorite line, which has ever been uttered, which is in an unrelated scene. A character goes, "Have you heard the legend of the Mythosaur? It's pretty cool." And then just continue on with the scene that they were having.
I should have known from the beginning that it was the season 3 premiere of The Mandalorian, because when the guy is like the guy he's like, the bounty that he's collecting is like trying to get him to reason and discuss he's like, let's discuss our options. I already knew what he was going to say. I said it before he said it. I can bring you in warm, or I can bring you in cold.
Dead or alive.
It's the Mando. This is Mando. This is the Mandalorian, and it was a good episode. It was a great episode of the Mandalorian. It was a very good episode of the Mandalorian. I did enjoy that.
That kind of goes back to, and I've said this before about other franchises too, but it's especially a thing with like what Star Wars is doing with these, is that there's this, they treat canon as storytelling instead of like, it's like this checklist of like the fact that this episode exists in the Book of Boba Fett and isn't about anything that services the plot of Boba Fett. All it does is get Mando from point A to point B so that he can be in the Book of Boba Fett. But the character arc that he goes on and the plot points that it sets up and the backstory that explains all services a different show, which the fact that it's in this show to me says the arc, we're not interested, or we don't care about arcs. We just care about making sure the puzzle pieces are all in the right place at the right time. And that's not storytelling. That's just, I don't know. It's a canon puzzle, which is not plot.
And that is something that actually legitimately concerns me, is like, because you just said like, we did all this for Mando so that he could be in the Book of Boba Fett. I'm at a point now where after you've done this for this week, I don't know what you're going to do for the next 2 episodes.
Well, especially because it ends and she's like, come help Boba Fett. And he's like, sure, I'll do it for free. But first I'm going to go see Baby Yoda.
Right.
And she's like, I'm never going to stop now. It's your fault.
Grogu, goddammit.
And so it's like, so I was like, that was like the weirdest curveball of the whole thing, because I'm like, wait, now is the next episode of Boba Fett going to be, or like, are they going to be waiting around for him to get back?
Is next week going to be season 3, episode 2 of The Mandalorian, or are we going to go back to?
We're kind of learning that. Rob,
hey, man.
Let's get your opinion on this. So we're in heavy discussion of what happened this week on Book of Boba Fett, which was Book of Mando mainly. What are your thoughts, man?
Yeah. You guys talking just episode 5 or like the whole thing so far?
Well, we're talking about the whole thing, essentially. Everything, pretty much. But yeah.
Yeah. Not a good show. I'll start there. Oh boy.
It's fine. I'll chill on my island. I don't give a shit.
It's okay, man. It makes anyone feel better. People who work on the show also don't think it's that
I think it's very cool. I think it's very cool that Disney and Lucasfilm decided to make a show starring my dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love my dad. Don't you tell me I don't love my dad.
Oh, yeah, it's weird.
Hi, see you guys soon.
By the way, before you get too far, your studio basement thing is like looking awesome.
Oh, yeah, it's getting there. I cleaned out half the space. You guys know how it is with housing markets and contractors and stuff. I cannot get anyone in to do like shelving or anything there, or my TV unit over there. But I did get the walls, the door, the frame, all the flooring redone, and some front lighting, which I'm not using right now. But
it's looking good, man.
I feel like in Q4 this year, maybe I'll have like a finalized studio. Also, you can't see it, but the whole wall here is sound paneling.
Nice.
Thanks to my friends at Elgato for the hookup. Yeah. So let's talk Mando and Boba. Yeah, look, the biggest. I'm sure you guys have gotten to the details of your own opinions and storytelling, the weird plot, weird character choices, whatever. The fact that it's still on fucking Tatooine. But the biggest thing for me is like it's such a missed opportunity of all the things you could do with Boba Fett and any version of Boba Fett stories you could tell. Why are we doing this time period on this planet in this way? Like, why don't we just see him as a bounty hunter? Maybe, since Mando strayed away from that, why don't we have a bounty hunter show? You know what I mean? Or some Boba Fett stories from that Star Wars 1313 game that got canceled, or any of the existing non-canonical lore they could have pulled from. We get the candy ass mode or whatever the fuck this is. It does not work. So I actually was okay with episode 2 though, where we kind of got like, I accepted what they were doing, and we got the sand people, the tribal stuff, and it's like, okay, I kind of see where they're going. And then like, let's build on this, let's go. And then you watch episode 3, and I think I came on earlier just to see what you guys were talking about before I could just jump over. But Andrew, were you talking about you skipped that episode? Is that right?
Oh, for starters, I caught everyone's reaction to it before seeing it, and it was such a turnoff.
Yeah, it was. That is some shockingly terrible direction that was a Rodriguez episode too. Robert directed that one, and I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, why do these characters dress like that on this planet? Why do these speeders move this slow? Like, what is happening?
Well, like we were saying, I think it was an intentional, like, we know that they're capable of doing, we know who do the stunt people, the directors, the ILM, like everyone involved in this is capable of not doing that. So unless I'm going to insult their abilities, which I wouldn't do because of what I've seen them do elsewhere, I have to assume that it was a creative choice. I don't understand the creative choice. I don't like the creative choice, but that's the only thing I can say without contradicting my opinion of the talent of the people involved.
Yeah. Okay. Remember when shit used to be lived in and it felt like a place and people felt like they belong? You know what I mean? Whatever.
Oh man, you want to talk about those Teddy Ruxpin aliens?
Yeah,
with like the mint, they look like they just came out of manufacturing, and the sand peoples. But again, that wouldn't fit with the feel of the show that they clearly are apparently deciding on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. So of my circle and friends and my parents and all my people that watch it, like they bounce, they're gone. And I'm still here. I'm gonna watch it through to the end. Yeah, if you guys are talking about episode, what's your guys' feeling? Forgive me, you guys are rehashing here. Like, did you guys enjoy the Mando episode 5?
I did. I mean, I did for the most. I mean, it was a little jarring. I was like, oh, I mean, it was teased obviously in the previous episode. We're like, okay, something Mando gonna be happening. Yeah, we heard the sound score of it. Yeah. So then I was like, okay, interesting. But then it was just like, bam. I mean, even like when you saw his silhouette, you're like that's not Boba. I just knew. And then I was like, okay, so we're gonna open it up with this, which is really cool. He's gonna fight some, these guys in a meat locker.
And that 2-minute tracking shot also, I think was really. I think production values wise, this was the best episode in terms of like the look and feel, and the first time that they've done something with the volume where I'm watching it and I'm not like, this feels like it's on a stage. I was like, that's really, they did some cool things to break out of that stagey feeling of the stagecraft.
For the most part. There was still a shot or two where it was like, okay, no, I see. Like especially when they're trying to like display distance, like this hallway is really this long when it's actually not.
Yeah, it ends up like they have to do an out of focus. Whatever they've come up with to put it out of focus. It might.
Do you notice that? It's almost like they're doing like they green screen and add like an element in the background, but it's almost like they're using like a model in the background. I think they're trying to emulate that old school style. Like, it looks like the old school style, and you had the grainy effect too and the blur. So it's they did a good job of trying to mimic, what early '80s Star Wars would look like in a way. But
I think, go ahead, Ray.
I was just going to reiterate to Rob. No, the Book of Boba Fett took a week off. This was the Mandalorian season 3, episode 1.
Yeah. I needed that though because I was kind of Boba Fett. I need
a lot of people felt like that,
and so many people, and that's why this has been like a real for somebody that actually sits on the island of I do actually like the show. It's been a frustrating last 48 hours because everybody is just like, oh my god, and people had, the people that come at me and are like, "You're wrong. The show sucks." Fuck you. I like the show. You can sit in your island of you don't like the show, and that's fine. Don't tell me I'm wrong because I like the show.
Sure.
And as someone who's not a big fan of the show, also, I was also frustrated by that same reaction though, because the contingent of people that are like, "Why would you do a show about Boba Fett? He's boring and he had a stupid death." And then this episode happens, and the reaction is, "See, you never should have done a show about Boba Fett. The Mandalorian is," which, by the way, like they just stole Boba Fett's best characteristics and gave it to Din Djarin, and then they make the Boba Fett show, and they're like, "Well, we can't make him too much like Din Djarin." It's like, but you already made him like Boba Fett. Like the more he is
now,
like,
because of how Boba Fett's portrayed now. But what if Boba Fett was actually the not fatherly nice guy like Mando became, right? What if, what Andrew was saying, like, what if Boba Fett was the kind of like dark badass of this universe, and then that you have some contrast maybe between these two Mandalorian archetypes? You have like kind of guy who crosses the line and it's like kind of fucking, especially the way he's introduced by taking out Big Boy Bib. But and then you have Mando, who's like the soft, nice guy. I want to hang out.
Even not just the killing people, but like when they went to Katie Sackhoff and Sasha Banks, and he was like, "We don't need their help." It was just like, yeah, man, you actually do need a character to be introducing some like spark here. That's like, just not yes and. Because then it very much feels like I'm just having a story like read to me. But and when he's, he kills them when they're escaping, and it's like, that's excessive. Like, you seem like you're a prick.
Well, and then he's also like, when they go to the planet where he goes with who's the smuggler guy, Bert.
You're talking
Bert,
right?
Yeah, what's his name's character? What is the stand-up comedian?
Well, it's Bill Burr.
Bill Burr.
Yeah, but I can't remember his anyway, regardless. But like they go there and Boba, like I hated the armor repaint, although getting scuffed off throughout the course of the Book of Boba Fett is one of the small highlights. Although I hate it being painted all green, but they go there and he's like, "I'll provide cover," and he's this he knows what he's doing, and like he runs the operation. Even if he's not like the A guy, he's like, "You guys go do this thing, I'll circle around and provide cover." Or like they do all these things, and he's on a mission. He's an operator. He knows what he's doing, and like here, I don't feel like he have even any agency in his own show. He's just like in a back to tank, out of a back to tank, and then he's like, "Well, what's going on today? I guess we got to go." But like, there's no people are just telling him what's going on. He's not like you said. Yeah. I don't know what his objective for being the Daimo is. It's cool if he wants to be the Daimo, but there's no like, what is he hoping to accomplish? And the show doesn't even tease that there's some like secret objective that's going to be revealed.
I think it's unfortunate that
we should have seen that this week. We didn't see it.
It's unfortunate that Ming-Na Wen ends up being sidelined, because like in those episodes, like at first it was, oh cool, like Boba wants nothing to do with, I have my mask on, like I'm gonna say as little as I have to, and it allows Fennec to take on the role of being like the mouthpiece of him, but also the person who is good at it. Like,
and did you see the interview with Tamara Morrison?
Yeah,
he's like I talk too much. He's like, I want her to say all my lines. And Favreau was off the set, and we tried to pull a fast one on him, and he was like, "No, you're going to say those lines." I was like, well, "That's why."
Yeah, that was
it would make total sense.
I think my favorite Boba Fett moment in the whole show, not the whole show, but like the most like that's Boba, was when Black Chrysanthemum was in the bar, and then he was going to rip the arms off the Trandoshans, and the manager was like, gave him that whole talk, which too much talking, that should have been like half as long, regardless. And then he does it anyway. And then Boba's just standing there and he's like, "It was worth a try." I was like, there, but put the helmet on. Like but even so, like that's perfect, like spot on, like what the character is. And the fact that like that is, 4 episodes in or whatever, I'm like, oh, there it is. I'm doing the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
There are my expectations that I had before I watched the show.
or like looking at the chemistry between, because none of this even checks out with like Fennec being a famed assassin who's like, "I'll come along for the ride." Like they never really explain that either, which is fine because like I don't she's a new character, like I don't need that spelled out. But with their chemistry, he is so much of with that helmet on, and they even allude to it where I would think, based on the characters as they were written and appeared in this show, that he would say, like, can I just kill someone? Like, is there a way to solve this with force? And her being obviously more intelligent and like more socially aware would say like, well, no, we have to do these things. And then they go and do the things and you're like, yeah, okay. I mean, this all makes sense, but they explicitly have him say like, Fennec alive. And so it's like, well, okay, you're making a point of not doing that. But also then he just disintegrates that one dude and then is like, hey, that's enough feeling though. Don't do that. I mean, and again, I've heard a lot of smack spoken about Tamora Morrison, and I hate that because he knows what's up. In those Mandalorian episodes, he knew what that role meant and what he was playing, and he came in and delivered it. Now the stuff he's being given, I it's no surprise that he in a lot of scenes is kind of like, I guess I'd just say this.
Yeah, I believe it's a direction and more so a writing problem than anything else.
It's a writing problem.
Yeah. The dialogue.
Well, I think like what we were kind of talking about before is like, when you have this idea of what Boba Fett should be, and again, like everybody's gonna have their different ideas. I mean, obviously, Ray, you're enjoying the show more than probably all of us, put together.
No, probably. Definitively.
You're enjoying. You are, yeah. But I think like we want that Boba Fett, that cold-blooded, like, I mean, we talked about it last week. Steven said, like, I mean, even Vader was like, he even put Vader almost in his place where Vader was like,
it was like,
hey,
we got 2 movies of Vader choking people, and then he's like, by the way, Boba Fett, don't get carried away with the violence.
Exactly.
It's like
so, but the thing is, though, are they going to do that with a Disney Plus show? I mean,
no.
Look at how this episode opened. Mando goes in and cuts off the guy's fucking head.
Yeah,
like,
that's
it's not off the table.
But is it going to be like an entire series of just that? That's where I'm like,
because you also have to remember, like, and this goes into my MCU logic.
Blame Disney.
Because when you talk about how like it took them 18 movies before they felt comfortable enough to do something like Infinity War, right? They needed to build that. I've heard MCU shows say this all the time. They needed to build that equity. They needed to gain the audience's trust before they could give them what they gave them in Infinity War. Okay, fine. I don't agree that it took you needed 10 years to do it, but it's a situation where like that's kind of Disney's MO, where they're like, okay, we can't necessarily do this for like a season of brand new Boba Fett. But 2 seasons into The Mandalorian, yeah, we can have him chop a dude's head off because you've already because
we into the doors like in the
I think that they did that in the opening episode of
the pilot, right?
Mando first episode.
They cut him at the Iris door, but I think that the impression that I got early on in the show was I was like, okay, one of my biggest problems with these Disney Plus shows is a lot of times they kind of lag, especially in the first half, and then the ending. It turns into that kind of it's more of not a chess match, but they're just laying a chess board. You get to the last episode and you're like, oh, so this whole show was just so they could have these pieces where they want them. And I felt that way at the beginning of the show. I was like, okay, I assume that this is all just kind of going to be meandering because the end of the show is going to be like, haha, Bounty Hunter Wars, Season 2, are you ready? And then, or whatever. It doesn't have to be Bounty Hunter. I'm just saying, like, whatever the next idea is, I'm not. Because I know Ray's going to assume I'm having expectations there. I don't. I'm just saying that they're going to end it with here is the story we actually wanted to tell. And it's like, well, why didn't you just tell the story? Like, so much of the stuff that I complain about feels like it's like an assembly cut, where if you were to turn this season into a movie, there's so much of this stuff would just be totally cut out because it's in a movie it would be filler, and.
Yep.
And these shows are like, it's like, oh, we got to do all of this stuff to fill in the episodes until we get to the finale, and the finale is what we actually wanted to do. And it's like, I don't need to see the Vespa episode in order to appreciate whatever the fuck he's going to do to the Pikes. I was ready for that after episode 2.
So
with the flashbacks.
So two questions about that. First, because you brought up the assembly cut thing before, and I think it's a valid point, because when it comes to like how these streaming shows are being put together, it's almost like it is a longer movie that they're just like cutting up into different episodes, right? So how much of this do you think, there's two parts to this. How much of this do you think is because they feel like they have to do this for the general audience to get them to watch it? You know, like, because that's something that we deal with these fandoms all the time, is like, okay, how much of this is geared toward the fans? How much of it is geared toward the general audience? How much of it do you think,
that balance,
how much of the general audience balance do you think is influencing them on this? And then kind of related to that, how much of this do you also think is because of how the streaming age, how these streaming shows like put themselves together, or at least how Disney is putting them together? Because I think you're right. And I could say this about like the WandaVision or like Falcon and Winter Soldier. Your whole assembly cut idea, I think, absolutely fits.
Or Hawkeye. I thought it was my biggest problem with Hawkeye was I was like, you know what, this would make a really great movie. And then that last episode was like, but this is like this. If the last episode was the third act, it was just like way too long of a third. It's like, I think there's a great movie in the Hawkeye show, but there's just so much like filler that it gets to the point where the parts that are interesting are just kind of swallowed up in this like too much show.
And isn't it kind of weird to call a show that has 6 episodes in a season that it has filler episodes? It's a little weird, but I get what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. But like, how much of it do you? Like I said, 2 questions. How much of it do you think is the general audience fan balance, and how much of it do you think is just how Disney Plus is handling streaming shows, like structurally?
I have the awful feeling more and more that some of the call for this is like, this episode needs to be 38 minutes.
Shorter.
Do what you have. I'm going to give you a script. You got to make this last 38 minutes.
Why? Why would there be a time limit?
Well, no, like you need to stretch this. Like,
stretch
this
it
needs to fill this runtime. So while it says on the page here that like there's a sequence of Mando rebuilding his ship, there's going to be 20 minutes here. Amy Sedaris is going to just riff, and we're using all of it.
We haven't even gotten that yet. But most of the shipbuilding montage felt like a Whose Line Is It Anyway prop comedy, where he's I laughed out loud when he picks up the big piece and he goes, "Where does this go?" And the droid is here's a hologram. It goes right in front of you on top of the thing, shaped exactly like the fucking thing you're holding.
Thanks, pal.
Well, it's funny because I've actually heard some people have told me, like a buddy of mine was like, he said the whole show, he said he loved this week's episode, but that the whole show leans way too much, like relies way too much on the nostalgia. And I'm like, so you don't think this week's episode relied on nostalgia?
No, there's literally a moment where Mando is sitting in the cockpit of an N1 starfighter on Tatooine before he flies it through the pod racing course through Beggar's Canyon, and he says, "Wizard."
Bingo. This was like, if there was any one episode of the show that relied heavily on nostalgia, it's this week's episode.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
That's when it pulled me.
As soon as we got done with that opening scene, and then when the whole thing where they were fighting with the, who, I like the whole part about like the Darksaber and the fact that he's like, he was like struggling with it, and then he fought the other Mandalorian and all that stuff, and then she asked like, "Hey, have you taken your helmet off?" And he like hesitates. That was all cool. But then when it finally
all the time, like, once I was in a village looking at some kids playing, took it off there.
I know. I was sitting there going like, like you have to take it off. You have to take it off.
He's like, I met some other Mandalorians, and they said that law was bullshit. I don't know
I went back to Clone Wars for that. I'm like,
I got a shower. I gotta wash my hair.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Seriously,
isn't that fucking annoying? There's like two Mandalorians living on like a Halo sewer, and they're like, "Don't you take the helmet off?" I'm like,
"You're no longer a Mandalorian." It's like, I don't know.
Are you?
How about I trust the person who gave me the Darksaber?
The fact that it's like we're 3 now. There's the 3 of us. I have the sword. What if I fight you for it and take it? Do you accept? Yep. It's like, what are we? And
then she's like, "You take your helmet off. Get out of here. You're done."
Yeah, we
it's
also
like,
said,
and he's like, okay, I guess I'll go to the other ones who are going to accept my leadership simply because I have the sword, and like, fuck you.
It doesn't right. It's but that
I mean,
although I will say, speaking of canon and fans being upset and everything, after they were like, it can only be awarded in combat, everyone was like, no, because in Rebels they gave it to her. And so I wrote an article that was like, maybe that's why fucking Mandalore fell, is because they didn't follow the trial by combat. And this is like, what, a year and a half ago, whatever. And you know what? That's exactly what happened. Yep. So I'm just gonna say,
we need a female perspective.
Oh, yes.
Miss Colbert, we need her.
Hey.
Hi, sorry.
Hello.
Audio does not echo. It's like bad on my end, but I'm sure it's fine.
No, you're good.
You're fine.
Hi
guys. I'm proud of you, babe.
what?
Like being
I thought you were talking about me.
Accurately predicted.
Oh. Yeah, I accurately predicted Star Wars. It worked my whole life.
This is all Katie Sackhoff's fault.
I mean, you say that as though that's not the truth.
Yeah, I know, but who's going to be like, I read all those Star Wars books for this moment? Like, no, let me play it off casually. That's much better look.
No, you know what though? Like I have not. The last time I predicted anything about Star Wars was going into The Last Jedi. And after The Last Jedi, I will never fucking predict anything ever else again about Star Wars. Because I was 100% certain what we were going to get in that movie, and it was not that at all. And so I'm like, screw it.
Nice.
Nope.
It's always nice.
Were you thoroughly disappointed? Were you like,
no, I was.
Please?
No, I was actually happy because I'm like, wow, this is not what I was expecting at all. And I like my expectations being subverted. I like seeing new shit.
Like when Boba Fett is turned from a ruthless bounty hunter into a dad.
Yes. Yes, Stephen. Yes, I like my expectations being subverted.
It makes sense. It makes
You like
sense.
Not Antonio Banderas. Not Antonio Banderas in Desperado. Antonio Banderas in Spy Kids.
Oh god. You know what's the funny thing is I've never seen Spy Kids. The funny thing is I've never seen Spy Kids.
Well,
I think
you
you'd
kind
like
of
it.
It's enjoyable.
I've seen.
It's a lot like Book of Boba Fett.
I've seen.
Again, that goes on the list. That goes on the list of movies that need to be seen.
I've seen Desperado. I've
maybe
seen,
Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Have you seen Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
No, I have not. I haven't seen that either.
Okay.
Taylor Lautner, baby.
Yep. Yes, that's right. Team Jacob.
Wait. What's the one where Paul Giamatti turns blue?
Cody.
That's Agent Cody Banks. Yeah, Dice brought that up too. He said it was like Agent Cody Banks.
The vibe is strong, Dice. Nice.
I also need to call out because I had a very negative reaction to this hour of my life when I watched this episode, and then thought,
I saw your tweet.
I was like, maybe I was too harsh. I think a lot of my issues stem from the fact of the writing. I think the script for the episode is where a lot of my problems come from. But I thought I'll go back and rewatch it. And when upon second viewing, they said, go find where do I find the secret Mandalorian base? And he turns on his visor, and there is the T Mandalorian visor with an arrow. I fell out of my chair. Full on fell out. That is right up there with what Steven would do. Like his ridiculous hypothetical would be like, oh, it's half expecting there to be like the little T with the little cheek lines and an arrow saying like Mandalorian's this way. And then they even had the mythosaur, which was like, oh, that makes more sense. So did they add in like the other one?
But I love also the fact that it's like, ooh, he found the secret Mandalorian coven where the armorer is staring into space and Jon Favreau is
okay. Yeah.
What does he do while she stares into space? Why do they have a thing? Like they could just have a ship. Like what are they doing?
That part that was yes. Okay, if we're talking faults of the episode,
it's okay, Ray. We're not going to take away your fandom card if you hate on it just a little bit.
No, it's just
you can have some. You can have some criticisms.
It's just some of that it was like it because I wasn't expecting that necessarily. Like I
see, don't have expectations.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Have
And you're
expectations.
correct.
Hang on. Ray, you said, Ray, I don't know you that well, but in this chat, you've talked about expectations a lot with Steven and on yourself. And so far, every time you've liked something, it's because it's subverted your expectations. Is that kind of like your metric for what you're looking for in these shows?
I have a very, it has become extremely clear to me, especially over the last number of years interacting with people on Twitter and interacting with these fine individuals here. I have the widest strike zone of anybody you could possibly know.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is nobody on this planet that has a wider strike zone than me. There just isn't.
He's got a pretty wide strike
Like
zone.
I have,
Maybe Peter Travers.
That's a good point, man.
But what's a good point? What do you mean?
Oh no, the Peter Travers
Rolling
comparison
Stone,
because he
yeah.
gets his name on every DVD cover on the planet.
Oh well, okay. No, I mean, if Scott were here, he would tell you. Like he and I have talked about. We've had like the visual effects conversations before. Like stuff that bothers everybody else just doesn't bother me most of the time. And
That's
so
fair.
like,
I think a lot of the things that you forgive are also things that are forgivable in TV or like a little bit laxer on. And I don't mean that as an
Reality.
insult. I
No,
literally
well,
just
I was going to say
mean
this is going to be taken as an
a lot of
insult,
your taste.
and it's not. But it sounds like a Star Trek thing.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. But
I don't get what you mean. Like, what do you mean? Like a Star Trek thing?
so
It's like a production quality of like the earlier Star Trek.
Oh well, okay. No, the
Yeah.
earlier.
I mean, I'm thinking more things
What are you
like
talking?
laugh
Top
tracks
tier.
or like some weird cuts between scenes and whatever. Like, I'm thinking more stuff like that.
You have
where
to
it's
forgive
like,
some of that stuff. You would say that in TV, and people would say, "Well, yeah."
Yeah. Well. Perfect example, Amanda. When people rip on the really bad visual effects in the CW shows,
yeah,
and I'm the one that
I've been
go,
guilty of that.
and I'm the one that goes. It's the CW. What kind of budget did you expect them to have? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you do a good job of judging things relative to like
What
their
they are
own kind of
in their space. In
yeah,
their space.
it's like okay, like this is the poster
I do
child
that,
example that we always use for this is like the third act of Black Panther. Yeah, the visual, the CGI in the third act of Black Panther is not good.
Yeah,
It's not good.
That mine shaft fight does not belong in it.
It's terrible.
$50 million production.
Exactly.
Everyone talks about that fight, but it's really the rhino that stands out for me.
The rhino's
the
not good either.
rhinoceros.
You're absolutely right. The rhino's not good either, but it doesn't. Where it takes that third act takes so many people out of the movie, it does not take me out of the movie. Like it doesn't ruin the rest of the film for me.
I think like with some people like especially when just talking with either like somebody who's been in VFX, they go like, oh, the reason why that is they changed it last minute, so they had to rush that. So I'm sitting there going like, see, that's Marvel's fault right there because they didn't like the original ending, so they wanted to do this like crazy new ending, and they didn't have enough time to fucking render something better.
That movie was clearly rushed.
So Dave, that's a good point. But the other part of it is with, especially on like Disney productions, they use multiple vendors, right?
Yeah.
And each one, you look at like the team that did Thanos, and the vendor is not the same teams. Like some of the space effects, right? It's all different.
He looks different in like 3 different movies. Like the way he looks in Avengers, that's the same way he looks. Like he's inconsistent. His look is completely inconsistent throughout every time that you see him, even up to Infinity War. But yeah, for
I
sure.
will.
So.
I will say. I will use this as an opportunity to say that Boba Fett in general, also including Mandalorian, this episode made me appreciate Arrow more.
Because of the flashbacks.
No, I mean, well,
Whoosh.
the arrows are better. Yes.
Yes,
But
I agree.
mainly because in Arrow, they are making what they are. They're doing what they're doing because they think it's cool. And even if I don't, they clearly made the decisions that they did because they thought it would be cool. Even if I think it's like distracting or it doesn't meet my whatever.
They thought that backflip off the side of the car when nobody was around was really cool. And you know what it was?
And you know what? For them,
Like,
great. I
like
look
out of
at Boba
context.
Fett though, and I see Jon Favreau, Robert Rodriguez, and people, and I say, I know that they don't. If they think this is cool, then again, like I said earlier, if they watched the guy ride up the building on the scooter and then come back down and thought like, oh, perfect.
Well, Favreau made Iron Man. Rodriguez made Sin City and Spy Kids. Like they know
They know what good is.
they know what good is, but also they know like what genre is, what style is, what tone is.
They were not
so,
doing it trying to make it cool.
If they wanted that speeder race to look like something from Sin City, we would have gotten a speeder race that looked like something from, Sin City tonally is like way out there, but I mean like or Desperado. I mean the lone gunman kind of man with no name sort of like Rodriguez knows how to do that. Favreau knows how to do that, right? We've seen it from both of them.
Yeah.
Is anybody else humming "Horse with No Name" right
Yeah.
now?
Dun, 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 dun,
The man on the ship
dun,
is
dun,
the
dun.
ship with no name now for Boba Fett, though, right?
Yeah, the ship with no
Ding.
room.
Andrew, what's the problem
Anyway.
with Robert Rodriguez here then? Because his episode of in Mandalorian season
Mandalorian.
2, I didn't like that episode because it looked
Spy
like
It was a great episode.
It's
Yeah.
Spy Kids. It feels like Spy Kids.
I didn't like it. It looked like it was shot in his backyard with no.
Steven did say
color.
that to me after we.
Oh, and
style.
Mando. I didn't like his Mando episode. I liked the characterization of Boba there. I did not like the direction, though.
But it looked like a fan film. Yeah, cool Boba.
Well-
Here, here's Battle Monk Boba, and then it's like just
and I haven't compared, but I think
Joe.
I think he broke the 180. What do you call it when
Yeah,
you break
yeah,
the
yeah.
plane? Because my biggest thing with that was like you've got these rocks and you've got stormtroopers running this way, and then you've got stormtroopers running this way.
Like, what is going on?
But it was running the same direction. They just broke the plane, which is like like you're not supposed. I hate saying you're not supposed to break the rules because like break all the rules in cinema you want, but like when you break a rule that makes it less coherent,
It's more
it was
confusing, yeah.
and then
The only rule about breaking rules is that it has to be justified.
or like Boba Fett is just like standing up and he's
The
like
rule.
psh, like literally I think they had him going just like psh, 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 like and then the camera would just like go over and then a stormtrooper is like like
Amanda, have you ever seen Steven do that before? That was
Yes,
fantastic.
yes.
It's every scene.
You know how many road trips
Yeah,
we
but-
have taken? How many just sheer hours in a car together? And he likes to think about his soundtrack, okay? System of a Down, Weird Al Yankovic,
Yes.
90s like pop punk
Yes.
ska, things
Yes.
that make you feel like you're on cocaine just by listening to them, right? Plus like 2 Red Bulls. I have seen him.
Okay. I was just about to say that was like the shoulders, like that was
I mean,
pretty good.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it. It was first for me. So I
There's-
was just really,
yeah.
The first time is always
lot
the
of-
best.
I feel like whether it's like when he goes to the body mod guy and there's like the characters out in front who are like absolutely what a man over like 45 thinks is like edgy. But there's like the shot of the guy and it's like, let's get this long close up on this dude with these things over his eyes. And then let's have him go beep. But then it's like, but then we see Mando showing up and then we go back to that guy. So it's like, so they really like this stuff. Like just the length of even that montage with the body mod stuff was just like so long.
This is not so much about this show specifically, but something that started to be a red flag for me in Star Wars content in the past couple of years is the frequency with which everyone is always asked when they're making something Star Wars, like, what's your favorite scene in Star Wars? Like everyone always said like the cantina scene and A New Hope, or you get like, oh, the Obi-Wan Vader duel, or the dialogue during, like everyone had those scenes, and then all of a sudden all the people that were like writing Star Wars books and comics and stuff, I don't know if I've seen it for the TV show as much, so this is a larger point than simply what's on the TV show. They started saying Jabba's palace from Return of the Jedi was their favorite thing on all of Star Wars. And I'm like, if you're going to choose a scene with like weird aliens, why are you choosing the one that is the inferior ripoff of the one of the most famous like alien scene in history? And so I feel like, and in the new Star Wars movies and shows, like the cantina scene is like one of the staples of Star Wars.
But it looks like
I hate comparing. Like I don't like, and Ray, I'm sure would agree with this. Like I don't think it's fair to compare everything to the original cantina scene, but how many times have they tried to recreate that scene and none of them ever captured not even like the quality, but like the vibe of the scene.
Music.
It's even. I mean, like other franchises have tried copying it. Like Star Trek has tried copying it, and it's like, stop it. Like no, this isn't your friend. Stay in your lane.
I thought that Maz Kanata's in The Force Awakens did a pretty good job.
Until you see Maz.
Thank you. That would have been my pick too.
Well,
I was like the closest for me.
I like
But
the
also,
poker game in Solo.
However,
you didn't like Maz. You didn't
the
like Maz's,
poker game in Solo
like,
I thought was good. I think what's weird about it now versus I might have said this last week or I was saying this to someone recently is
did Dave have a stroke?
No, he went to take a piss.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Hey, real quick before you finish that thought, dice.
Yep.
It's okay.
Dice. The word count. I asked if you have a word count for the episode because you keep saying that things are like dragged out and just like taking way too long.
Well,
I'm like, is there like what is?
I was texting. I was basically like live tweeting this episode of The Mandalorian with Steven.
I just saw the final initial criticism, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, just when they said like, I think my first message to him was like, he lived in the Razor Crest, right? Like,
yes.
They need to, and I was like, he's supposed to ship people.
That was one of the weird things. Was
yes.
Speaking of the show, it's like not explaining things. Was she was like, "Hey, you needed a replacement for the Razor Crest, right?" And he's like, "Yep." And she's like, "Here's this." And he's like,
"What am
I don't know." And her answer is, "But it's fast." And then he's like, "Well, I'll try it." And I'm like,
Wizard.
"But that's not. You
Right.
didn't. That's." You're acting like you explained why
it's written than the way it's filmed.
It's like if I was like, ooh, I want something to eat. It's like I'm allergic to peanuts, and I'm like, I want something to eat. You're like, how about peanut butter and jelly? Like in the previous episode, we established I'm allergic to peanuts. You're like, how about some peanut butter and jelly? And I'm like, I don't know if I'm that hungry. And you're like, it's really good. And I said, oh, okay, sure, fine. And then I ate it, and like that's. And you're like, oh no, we explained it because he convinced him to eat it because he was concerned. I'm like, no, that's not the concern. The concern had nothing to do with like
whether or not
he died.
Well,
he convulsed.
There's like two things. Dice, thank you for bringing that because it's like he did live in the Razor Crest. I'm like, when I thought of the Razor Crest, the not fair comparison I made to it was the Falcon. It's like, okay, he lives in this ship. Well, this is like
it's not the X-wing.
It's the only other ship in all of Star Wars that like A, you can name, or like B is like an actual ship. Everything else is just like a one-off.
The fire spray.
Fire
spray gunship. Yes, yeah. Which I already said last week doesn't bother me. But anyway,
but that's
it's a pretty cool sandwich.
Yeah, but yeah, like he's gone from having like a ship that he could like had a cockpit and he could like go through the door and like go like there's other places in the ship that he can like go into, and now he's just got a cockpit. That's it. And like, how does that work?
It's an empty bubble,
empty dome for a little.
Yeah, an empty bubble, bubble that doesn't have a fucking.
That was another example of like the weird structure and editing and like position of the dialogue. Is they're like, let's put the ship together, and he's like, okay, sure, and then he puts the entire thing together, and then they pull the ship out, and he's like, so what about the droid socket? It's like you just put the fucking thing together.
Dude, I thought the same thing. I'm like, he's asking this now?
That was my favorite. Do you think she's ready? Well, we did this whole dramatic.
Here's the other thing about it too. Like it almost like I've talked before, and I think Steven, we might have talked before about like the homework problem that you have with the MCU in terms of like
the checklist.
The checklist. Yeah. So now, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that there's somebody out there that maybe they caught wind that the Book of Boba Fett wasn't going to be what they wanted, and they just aren't watching the show. But they love The Mandalorian. Now when they see him tooling around in a silver Naboo starfighter at the beginning of Season 3, they're going to go, what the fuck? And but that's what Disney wants. Disney wants you to be like,
it's streaming. You don't. That makes sense for cable. That makes sense for cable, but that's not. you don't need to do that with streaming to like suck someone else into the like. You've already got them on the platform. But speaking of like how it's weird that they're like, oh yeah, this is a replacement for the Razor Crest, and then they just are like, okay, sure, I guess. Is like the question about the droid socket, like say that there, like when she's like, here's your replacement, he could be like, I can't. He's like, this is I need a place to put people. Oh, I'll convert the droid socket, and like you covered.
Steven, Amy is riffing. We just need to let Amy go with these CG Jawas. Okay?
She is a comedian.
Also, I don't think he can fit his rifle in that vehicle. So he's in a lot of trouble. Or take a shit, of course. I'll
try spinning though. That's a good trick.
I want to see Grogu get in the bubble. Like he's gonna go into the bottom. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how's he gonna get in this fucking?
Yeah, that's where the bounty goes. Just stuff.
That's what the arrow is.
Well, he's just gonna have to cut off their heads now. Like it's all just severed heads from here on out.
You know what? I don't. That whole sequence. Like I was in this episode until what Dave said. They leave the Halo ring or whatever and go to Tatooine. You're like, oh great, more of this fucking planet. And we meet cringe comedian, and then which I was better with her this time than I was in the 2 seasons of Mando. And then you get
you're done with Tatooine though. Like,
I'm fucking done with member bears.
If there's a bright center of the
ships on Tatooine, and I was ready for someone to be like, that's pod racing as we're fucking going through the. And I was like, yeah, man, no, you know that line. What are we? But you know what? It looked fucking cool, and it grew on me like the fucking muscle car style. The Starfighter.
I like it.
Was kind of cool.
It's just a lack of
weekly merchandise drop for on Monday. Get ready for it. And then I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think this is the ship, so I don't know what direction. We can all speculate. Oh, Mando season 3 will be. But if he does return to a bounty hunter life, I wouldn't be surprised if he like gets the fire spray from Boba Fett and it becomes.
He needs a bigger ship.
Of course, this ship is just him to get point A to B. He had no ship when we first made him, right? Nothing. He took fucking a bus.
If this entire show is a passing of the baton from Boba Fett to Mando, I am going. My frustrations are going to be exponentially bigger.
Boba is not a bounty hunter. He's a guy.
Someone write it down.
No, but I mean passing of the baton, like the mantle, if Din Djarin gets the Boba Fett armor and gets the fire spray.
You don't want.
Oh my gosh!
My name is Din Fett.
Also, I just want to say, while I
this is the way
ability to dice.
Yeah.
The word count thing I sent you, like in my job, that's what I do. I edit scripts to fit between like 8 and 10 minutes.
This episode probably had like 80. It feels like
8 words, 38 minutes. Definitely feasible.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is like if you're doing a Western, then the dialogue is like you don't need it, and that can be said for a lot of like Mandalorian. Like, someone could look at the show and be like, "This is too boring. Like, I can't just watch this guy walking for a minute and a half." And I'd be like, "You wouldn't be into Westerns then, probably anyway." But I was saying to Steven, like when they're doing the whole bit with the like, "Oh, you have to take all your weapons out." I was like, okay, this is going on longer than I thought it would. But then he lands, and I was like, wait, there wasn't like some Chekhov's like checked baggage? Why do you do this? And Steven, you said, so you get that scene when he lands. So we just put something else in here. Even when he goes to see, I don't know Amy Sedaris' character's name.
Palimato.
There we go. Thank you. But when he says, I got your message that you have a Razor Crest for me. It's like she can't just say, come over here. She says, what message? What message? That you had a Razor Crest. Oh, yeah, right. That message. Yeah, I meant to send you that. Well, yeah, come over here and see what I get. And then I'm sitting there going like, what is that? It felt like Amy Sedaris just improving, but then it's like, is this literally? I don't even know where I am in this episode.
I feel like the dating Jaw was an improv. I feel
and
like
I'm okay.
It's a problem because there's no explanation of why anyone's doing anything or why they got to where they. In the cases where that happens, like there's no canon or within the little thin storyline here of why these things are happening, and it goes back to what you're saying with Fennec. They do not explain why she stays. That's not what we know about her character from before. So why is she doing it now? It's beyond debt being paid. She made that very clear. Yeah. So why? Don't explain it. Why does Boba want to be on this planet and have this role? Why? They don't explain
place?
it.
Well, yeah,
I
why
don't
this
know
specific
why
place?
anyone is going anywhere or doing anything, and that is an epic failure of storytelling. And in the middle of 4 episodes of not telling that story properly or in any way setting up the next thing, we switch gears to like the show that people across the board take us out of the picture. Reaction to this is much more positive than the rest of the show, right? We can agree on that.
And it's also the first
different
time.
setting, different lead, different cast, different story, different director. Oh, weird.
You've got people talking like I saw this from multiple people. This is the best Star Wars thing I've ever seen.
Wow. It's Disney hyperbole.
I wouldn't say it's the
That's
best.
No, that's Rogue One, so I don't know why.
It is Rogue One, that's fact.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's right. I went back because people were talking about that, and that's what I was saying. Most of my problems are with the script, like the way that this is staged and the way that it looks is very nice. Like my wife, who was a mouth agape, that she's like, people like this. Afterwards said, "Oh, it looked really nice a lot of the time."
Well,
and
especially
really
with so much
framed.
of the rest of the show having issues that we were complaining about, it stands out from the rest of the Book of Boba Fett episodes as like the first one where I wasn't constantly being like, "Whoa, that's a brand new uniform," or like, "Whoa, that's clearly a like whatever." And like I keep on going back to like the fact that they could execute like that tracking shot they did where he goes up the elevator, down, and it pans around. That was done like I bet he was on a treadmill when they shot that.
Yeah.
Like whatever they did technically to execute that tracking shot was like brilliant because they did that in like a room the size of like a studio apartment. Like there's no elevator and like that's awesome. That's really technically cool that they pulled that off that well.
Well, the especially when it gets to the dinner table, like following the camera around the dinner table, like it's like he comes in and then it goes around and then comes back to him after circling everybody on the dinner table and carrying a conversation.
Yeah,
and I just hits all the beats.
I can't think of a longer shot in all of Star Wars. Really, I mean, it's not a franchise known for tracking shots, but
no, Star Wars.
But I mean, it's over 2 minutes.
There's a big one in Solo.
Oh, true.
There is a big one in Solo. You're right. That's true. Yes.
The Howards in their Star Wars tracking shots.
That was very it was a choice to make. He was injured, so he was limping. So it was like, I get these choices that are made, and I went into it like reminding myself this is a Western. Like, this isn't Star Wars in the way that they're expecting to entertain you. Like this is a very different show where they are assuming you are in, and you are enjoying what you are seeing regardless of what it is. I feel like my issues with most of Disney, Marvel, Lucasfilm, the streaming stuff is that they don't need to try as hard as you normally do. You just simply don't. Like, they don't have to. And most of the time they still like get the thing done. But personally with Boba Fett, it feels like the first time where it was like, you guys didn't try to the point that what you are putting up isn't there yet. And people are now going, I don't know why I don't like this, but I don't.
Well, it's because they gave him a pass on all the other ones where
because why are we trying? We should just
Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and
so let me try and bring this full circle and be fair to like you guys' side of this, because I talked about how yes, this is all about like the subversion of expectations. I say all of that, and by the same token, the great thing about subjectivity is that your mind can change at any point you want. You're a human being. You can change your mind whenever the fuck you want. So as much as I'm saying this about the Book of Boba Fett, if they, subjectively speaking, screw up Ahsoka, I'll be pissed.
Oh,
I will be very pissed.
Yeah,
I will not be happy.
I think an interesting point with like the subversion of expectations. While I'm not like the biggest Last Jedi fan, that's actually not my complaints with the movie. But I think that I like this because Dice says it all the time on our podcast. Also, what it's capital A about is that you have that Luke, and everyone's like, "Oh, not my Luke," and it's like, no, but Luke's whole arc in that leads to that conversation with Yoda, and it is about the fact that Luke is different from we know. And he gets a conversation with Yoda where Yoda tells him failure is the greatest of all masters or teachers or whatever he says. And so sure, Luke isn't what you expected, but his arc is the a plot, not as in like a thing that we see happen, but it is about the major events surrounding him and compel him from point A to point B and form the story. Whereas in Book of Boba Fett, the way his character is changing or has changed from what would be expected from previous appearances is not driven by plot points. It is mentioned in passing, and they're just like, oh, this is why he's not ruthless. Oh, this is why he's not whatever. But okay, so then what is driving him from point A to point B? So, if that is the plot, if that's what is capital A about, then what are the points happening? Like Rob was saying, he's just doing these things, and the events that, like, for example, like the Pike Syndicate, the vendetta against the Pike Syndicate would make so much more sense if the thing happens with the Tuskens, and then he seizes Jabba's power so that he could have an empire to take on the Pikes to get revenge. But we know that's not the case because he goes in and he finds out, like, oh, the Pikes are in control now. Well, I guess I have to take them out. But no, you had him with the Sand People and they got killed by the Pikes, and he was changed by that experience. Make that his driving force. Make him say, I'm going to get them back. I need the power of a crime syndicate. I need the backing of an empire of my own to do what is right by these people that changed my course through the galaxy.
That's a combination of all the problems to me, which is the motivations, right?
Like the pieces are there. There's just never
totally. Well, I mean, look. This is a stupid example, but it also kind of applies. Look at the Slave One renaming, right? Disney won't talk about it. They're really strange with this whole thing, but you could have just kept it in canon, saying this was the name of the ship. He's not calling anymore. Boba Fett's a different person, and like we met. What's the name of the Wookiee? I can't even pronounce it.
Chrysanthemum.
Yeah.
What species in Star Wars is known for being slaves?
Yeah,
Wookiees. And he's met one, and he's willing to give a job to one, and that could have been part of the story.
He used to wear a Wookiee pelt on his armor.
I feel like, you know what the funny thing about
and he could have used that to rename the ship.
I feel like if they had, I feel like that's almost a no-win situation for them, though, because the second you do that, then the outrage is just, I can't believe it's the same.
I 100% disagree, given that the reaction to the show right now. And
no. I'm not saying the reaction to the show would be any different. I'm saying reaction to that change. I think the outrage would still be the same. Like,
what was the change to the Razor Crest? They just blew it the fuck up. Like,
no. I'm talking about the Slave One to Fire Spray gunship change.
Yeah,
right. Like, as far as, like, if you give it an in-canon reason for why he changed it, they're just gonna. It's the Get Woke Go Broke crowd will just be like,
I think if it had happened, and for it would have been a part of this arc that I feel like is missing. But it also would have. The biggest problem with it is one day the name just disappeared, and they won't say anything about it. Whereas, like, if that hadn't happened and the first sign of that happening was like, oh, Boba Fett is going, like, one of the most popular characters in fiction, one of the most recognizable, iconic characters in fiction, is going through a massive change in this story, and it results in his ship, which is like the second most popular ship with a name in the Star Wars franchise, is a part of that character arc. The reaction is going like there's blood in the water when the name changes and they won't say anything about it. That on its face says we're doing this for reasons other than the story. Whereas
it's corporate manipulation. That's all it is.
But at the end of the day, it is whether they gave it a reason or not. It's definitely corporate manipulation. But I also think that, like, for me, like, if they say anything, the bare minimum that I would want them to say is very simple. It was never called Slave One in the movies or the shows, because it wasn't.
That's fine.
And that's like, if they just said that, I'd be like, okay, cool. But you're right. That's where I would agree. It's like, okay, at the very least, say that, right? Because the whole controversy over the name change is
they've got all the setup in them. Like he rescues the ship and everything, and he's like, I'm a different person now. So just
give the ship to Mando for a bit, and he names it something else, or he's trying to be off the grid,
or he changes the transponder.
If you have him purchase Slave Wookiee, aka Slave One, and then he frees the fucking Wookiee, like that could be a thing.
Right.
That could.
But I guarantee that they're thinking.
Read the line.
I guarantee that they're thinking, well, that name was never spoken in the movies. It was never spoken in the shows. We don't need to explain shit.
I don't know. I think the people the people that I've got.
Why bring up like the ship at all? Like, why not just move on to it?
Well, no, I'm saying. Well,
no,
no,
I'm saying. Like, why?
No, I'm saying I'm saying they did it for the corporate whatever.
But they
know
that
agree with it or not,
they know that people know the name though.
Yeah.
I mean, like the story group, like you're telling me Pablo Hidalgo doesn't know that people know the ship is called Slave One.
But do they? But this is where that whole general audience thing I was talking about before comes into play. Who knew that? Like if you were somebody that was like me, like the only reason that I know that's about the name Slave One is there's two reasons. One, because I sought that knowledge out being a Star Wars geek, which is not what the rest of my family is. And two, I bought one of the Lego models. It's the only reason I know.
Tell me the name of 5 ships from the Star Wars universe.
Ooh.
Okay.
And one.
There's
the named ship, not models, names. Ships that have a name.
Oh, there you go.
Actual names?
Yeah.
Let's see.
The fire spray.
The Outrider.
Dan Dice came back just in time.
Yeah.
Fire spray. That sounds like a fucking. That sounds like Ben Stiller should be like, That sounds like a Ben Stiller.
Please do not compare me to. Please don't compare me to him. Please.
I'm not comparing you to him. I'm saying use his excuse.
No, certainly not. Absolutely no. I'm legitimately trying to think because
wait.
I mean, the Millennium Falcon.
Falcon one for sure. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Outrider.
Falcon.
Okay, well, I mean it's not canon, but we'll accept it. Okay, not canon, but
universe. You said
these are the best ones.
Sure.
The one from Rebels. What's the name?
The Ghost. Ghost.
Yes,
Ghost is canon.
Okay.
Anakin's stupid looking one from Clone Wars. It looks like two possible sticks together.
What is it called though?
It's called Stupid.
Yeah.
It's called the Phantom or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So Infiltrator doesn't count because that's just a class designation?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the one in Battlefront 2? That's an in-canon ship.
Oh yeah, I forgot what that is. Or the Lady Luck.
Infiltrator or some shit. I forgot. Whatever.
But I mean, the fact that this is like not an easy thing to do, I think, like we're struggling to come up with enough even including non-canon. I think the fact that like if we were including Slave One, that would probably be the second or third ship that people name as a ship that they know the name of.
See, this is a problem Star Trek avoided. They named all their fucking ships. All of their ships have names.
Well, I mean, in all the Star Wars ships, they have like model designations, but because there's only we didn't even say the Razor Crest yet. I guess the Razor Crest.
Well, that's not its name.
Yeah, I was gonna say Razor Crest, right?
But how are we not only 40 years into Star Wars, but 10 years into Disney Star Wars, and the only live action ship is the Millennium Falcon.
As far as live action named ship.
Yeah.
Right.
And not that and like that's what you built. That's what you center a movie or a show around.
But I mean, there weren't. But that's the thing, though, Steven. There weren't a lot of them before Disney, though. Other than the Falcon, what and the Slave, what was there?
No, but the nature of like the prequels were a different. Like the original trilogy is like this family comes and surrounds the Falcon, and the Falcon is how they like get around. And the prequels are the Jedi, and the Jedi don't have possessions, right? Or they have like the Republic, and it's these big crew. Like it's not the
Chrome Naboo.
It's not the crew in their RV charting around the galaxy.
Okay. Like if we're talking about like from a purely marketing standpoint, like hey. I'm a perfect case study for this. I'm a Lego maniac. I am. I still have all my original Legos and bought like a shitload of when they finally gave Lego the licensing for Star Wars ships. It was like, okay, well, what am I buying? Well, I'm buying the X-Wing. I'm buying the Y-wing. I didn't need names. I just needed the designations. It's like, I know what this is. I know what that is. Like, it wasn't like I guess I'm saying, as long as you know what it is. As long as you know what
right. Well, my point is that it needs
like,
a name is so much the idea of a I should have said hero ship. Maybe would be a better description.
One of the most recognizable things about their first trilogy was the Millennium Falcon, and then it's like, what did they do for the others? They didn't try.
And then they have a similar situation in the sequels where it's like, oh, once again we have this crew coming together around the ship, and okay, it's the Millennium Falcon again. I guess that's whatever. Or you have Rebels, and they have the Ghost, and they have, and it's like Firefly when you got the Firefly. Speaking of Whedon,
boy.
But and not that every single Star Wars, like I said, the prequels don't have that structure. It's about different people who act differently. But then when Disney's had Star Wars, and also not that I necessarily support storytelling or universe building in this way, but like they want to sell toys, right? Like, why the fuck don't we have a canon Outrider or a?
You would think that they would, right?
Like all of these,
I don't know that, but that's kind of my question: is do they need it? Do they need it to sell toys?
I mean, everybody's like the way they sell the Millennium Falcon is by saying, "Oh, here's the Millennium Falcon, but the nose is filled in. Buy that one." Like
they did that.
Right.
Like
Lego, dude, there's 10 different fucking Lego Millennium Falcons.
I know, but
one of them
who's buying 10 Millennium Falcons versus?
If I had the money, I would have bought every last fucking.
Well, sure, but like the most people who are buying merchandise, are they more likely to say, "Oh, I need to get the Razor Crest too," or
Scott,
I need
is screaming right now,
or to say like, "Oh, I need this other hero ship," versus like, "Oh, there's another Millennium Falcon. There's a new Millennium Falcon model for Last Jedi. There's a new Millennium Falcon model."
It's a huge problem. It's why the X-wings kept changing colors in the new trilogy, right? The orange and black one, the blue one, and movie by movie, the licensing fell through. Like it was not selling that well. So I think they're learning from that. But it doesn't matter if the movie's shit. No one buys the toys, right?
Yeah,
at a grand scale, right?
Well, but with Star Wars, maybe they will. I mean, look at the prequels. They sold a ton of toys.
No, the first one did, and they cut so many toy lines for the sequels. Like, it was insane. They made extra games, extra this, there's so many fucking things. Like, the Action Fleet line died after the first movie. Like it sold, but man,
Rob,
Attack of the Clones did not help on
licensing. Rob, what if I told you we have a kaleidoscope of hover Vespas? Just wait.
Wait, does it come in 4 different colors?
At least.
Is it shiny and clean like their fucking Spirit Halloween costumes?
Rob, they came from what is it, Dex's Diner.
Oh, cool.
Direct,
cool. Hey, one point. Slave 1 is in canon. It's mentioned in Clone Wars, the TV show. But Aura Singh, that Boba episode, she refers to it as Slave 1. But no one likes to talk about that because it's not in the movies. You know what I mean? But technically,
Clone Wars is canon. What episode is that?
Look up the Aura Singh Boba Fett episode. I don't know. One of the season. When was Boba introduced as a kid?
That's gonna be 4, maybe, or it might be 3.
Because I will fully admit that I never saw either Clone Wars or Rebels until 2 years ago. I binged it when work from home started.
Oh, it's fine. It's just a throwaway line that Aura says. Not even Boba calls it that at the point. But
right.
Either way.
So okay, well then to that point, that would reinforce what I'm saying. Is like, okay, can Disney at least say, like in that regard, if you're like, okay, if you're going to put it in canon, like that, you're going to change the name. Okay, cool, all right.
Ray,
if somebody knows that,
did Han shoot first?
Yes.
I don't know. I've seen it 2 different ways.
Okay, like here's the thing, like.
Yeah,
you're opening another can of worms.
No, I'm just making fun. Like, this is like how fast and loose. I'm shocked after all that bullshit pre-sale that they're still playing fast and loose with canon this way. So it's weird.
Oh well, I'm not shocked because if Lucas did it himself, why wouldn't they do it? And it's almost kind of the mindset, right? It's like, well, Lucas played loose and fast, and he changed shit on the fly.
And everyone loved that. Yeah.
Well, it's amazing how
the data bank is supposed to be canon.
Wow!
This is live. This is live. I don't. Can you see? I can't see the URL. This is StarWars.com/databank/Boba Fett Starship.
So they haven't changed it, is what you're saying? They have not. All right. So.
Well, they just called up Lego and were like, "Don't use that anymore."
Oh, multiple places.
Hey, that looks animated.
Look, I'm not like for me, like I don't care either way. I'm not like I'm not shaking a fist because they changed it. I'm also not like, you know,
it doesn't even call it a fire spray in here.
Oh my god!
No, because that's what it's supposed to.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
Wow.
Steven, can you write an article about this, please? You're like, these idiots.
The databank editor is like,
that is a
nope.
failure. That is a failure of communication.
I mean, you know who is in charge of the data bank?
George Lucas.
Yeah, and that guy's really on the ball.
Well,
George Lucas.
Okay, but
George Lucas won't give up the password.
But I was about to say is like how is it that George Lucas was like the biggest pariah on Earth like in 2005, and now it's like he's like, you know, the savior. Like, go back to what he did.
Lie, man?
You trust
things
him
actually canon got worse somehow. So
Man, when people went after those chromed out hot rod scooters, people were like, that's always been Star Wars. There was a 50s diner. And I was like, that was the most made fun of part of the prequels.
Okay, but you know what though, Dice? I discovered this. Scott and I discovered this a couple years ago. Like, I made a comment, like, I guess lightly disparaging comment about the prequels on Twitter, and got roasted for like a day from all the and I didn't realize this. It was like there is a whole generation, because I'm older. I'm 39, so I grew up with the original trilogy. There's like a whole generation that was like kids and like grew up with the prequels, and like they will fiercely defend the prequels with every fiber of their being. If I say even one word about Jar Jar Binks being, you know, fucking space buckwheat, if I say anything about that, they'll be like, oh my, they will descend upon me like.
Well, hey, you want to talk about the ultimate subverting expectations? Is George Lucas was like, we're gonna go back to when the Jedi were at their height, and then everyone was like, great, and he's like, they were the worst. And so it's like, hey man, like, well done. Like, you proved your point. I mean, you kind of like killed that franchise pulled that one for off. You. But you pulled it off, man.
Yeah, totally pulled it.
Check it out. Yoda? You want Yoda? Watch this. Second movie? Yeah. Not a puppet anymore.
Didn't see that coming.
Yep. How's that for subverting? It was kind of the whole thing.
So you know when Yoda says war is not make one great? You know why he says that? Because he went to war.
Yeah. Oh, you know, you remember you thought that Luke was going to find out who killed his father, that it was Vader. Like, yeah, twist. He is his father. So you shouldn't have expected that. I expected that because you said that. Well, you know, there you go. That's in canon. Jedi do that. Jedi are the worst.
I think what's most interesting, speaking of the Star Wars has always been that thing, is that should be a meme, honestly, because it started popping up with the sequels come out, and people would be like, oh, I don't like the forced comedy or whatever, and it started with Star Wars has always been funny, and then you always, every Star Wars movie, and a lot of movies do this in general now, is during the promotion starts to ramp up, and like the director or whoever will do an interview, and I always now watch for them the first person to say, you know what, people always forget how funny Star Wars is. And so we wanted to make sure that we remembered how funny it is. And it's like, no, it's not that nobody remembers how funny Star Wars is. It's that Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher were like sarcastic AF because they hated the script. And like that was funny and character driven. It wasn't
and
like.
That was them too.
Yeah. It was. And then when George Lucas tried to be funny, like having Jar Jar Binks step in poop, like that's an entirely different thing. And so, like when the sequels come up and people are like, "Oh, Star Wars was always funny," and it's like, no, Star Wars always, yes, like the characters in Star Wars said and did funny things, but like Star Wars was not always a comedy. No, you can't just be like, "Oh, it always had that, therefore this is the same." It's like,
I'm the same. I'm the person that one of the most like ripped on scenes in The Last Jedi is the holding for Hux scene. And I am the person that totally is like, how is it any different than everything's perfectly all right now? We're fine here. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
How are you?
How is that any different? And people are like, that completely. they more fiercely than you just said it, but they're like, it's completely different. It's not this. I was like, okay, well, maybe the way that I'll give you that how Harrison Ford delivered it different.
Oh yeah,
and it was in episode 4. Yes, I get you, but it's still kind of the same principle. Like
I think the question is the comedy in service, like for example, Han doing that was in service of the character and in service of the plot. And like also, I don't mind the Hux moment as much, but like for of the people that would complain about it, I can understand, because the whole concept of like holding is not something you do on. Is not an established thing on comms. It's funny because it's contemporary, and so the reason it's funny is because it's riffing on a real world. It's like when the iron drops down later in the movie, and it looks and like, oh, it's not a ship, it's actually uniform getting ironed. It's like that's a visual gag that is inconsistent with like the directing style of.
So to that end, bringing it back to Book of Boba Fett, the traffic stop.
What traffic stop?
When the rebel cops pull him over for speeding too close to a commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're talking.
I mean, that's about that.
Yeah, like.
Well, they should. Why are they even at Tatooine? What are they doing?
Yeah.
I mean, there's
a
giant spice trade Pike invasion here, and they're worried about a ship flying fast. It's like, wait.
Yeah.
Well, Mandalorian does that. Mandalorian does that too quite a bit, where the X-Wing
they're from the Mandalorian. Those guys are from the Mandalorian.
Where they just kind of happen to be around when they need a corporate bureaucracy bit.
Right.
Like why were they on the ice planet where he crashed in the other one? And it's like, well, because they needed to be.
This is like Mad Magazine bullshit. Would it be cool if you could get pulled over? They were like, license and registration.
That was very.
I can see Jon Favreau being like tickled pink by that idea now.
Bringing back the whole Mando crew, the whole cast, right? And also they had to play up that point because they made a point of talking in the garage about how you like drop the exhaust and you get a boost, and now he gets to do it because he gets to run away from the cops.
I also love how they pull up the thing that Han tried to brace the trash compactor walls with, and like, oh, it turns out this is a really important high-tech piece of equipment.
I did not know that's what it was.
And then people are like, this is the greatest Star Wars moment of my entire life. Really.
Now I know what that thing does. Like,
I'm gonna go
now whenever I watch A New Hope, I'm gonna be like, oh,
George Lucas is at home being like, that's not what that is.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, actually, that looks
totally different.
If anybody
way longer,
like seriously, if anybody wants to tell me that like this show leans way too much into nostalgia, it's like, no, this episode leans way too much into nostalgia.
I mean, the show has a few of those on them. Like for example, the burping frog is like, it's not just a reference to Return of the Jedi. It's like literally that it's like, I don't mind having that frog show up, but why be like, oh, remember the one other time you've seen this alien in Star Wars? We're gonna do the exact same thing again.
Right.
Like,
well, I don't know. I would say the whole show because it's set in Jabba's palace. It's like we gotta get away from this.
If there's a bright center of the universe, it's Tatooine.
Yes, right. Yeah.
It still blows my mind.
Even when he was like, "Hey, if you don't like our prices, you could always go to Mos Eisley."
Oh shit! They got a spaceport.
I'm not a big fan of the oh shoot, who are the
I mean, they could have set it on Jakku. That's another desert planet.
Just tell a new story, Boba Fett.
Yeah, exactly.
What are we doing?
Steven,
the thing you were saying, where people are like, Star Wars was always a comedy. The other thing is the reference things, right? And, people say there's a scene that's terrible. There's a stupid thing in it. People are like, oh, but that's a reference to this thing in this other movie. It's like no one gives a shit. Yeah. Being a reference or an Easter egg does not make it good or a good character moment or a good story beat.
Or like, for example, I mean, or Star Wars has these bits where like I have a bad feeling about this, or the, I don't know, whatever, you know,
or
whatever.
12 parsec, the 12 parsecs thing.
And but like those, it's funny because people there's characterizations of the prequels that are like, oh, they're just a bunch of original trilogy references, or there's unnecessary explanations of how things happened, and it's fascinating to me because I think the prequels are actually way less interested in setting up and explaining like the original trilogy than they kind of have a rap for, especially when they're compared to a lot of the other Star Wars stuff that exists now, where they'll like have a whole side plot that's like, by the way, that's why this exists now. Because the stuff
people in the bar on Tatooine were from the deleted scene at Anchorhead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And there's so much stuff in Star Wars now, in the movies and I don't even, I know I said like Rogue One is like my favorite Star Wars movie, and like the entire purpose of that movie is like, what's with that? But like that's filling in story. It's not establishing like people complain about C-3PO being built by Anakin, which I think that depending on how you look at that could be egregious or could be not. I think it can go either way depending on like the explanation, but everything is that now. Now everything is built by Anakin, or everything is built by like oh, that was Luke's best friend. Like he test drives the N1 starfighter on Tatooine, and he drives it through the Boonta Eve pod racing course and name drops Beggar's Canyon. Like, how big is this planet? Like what?
Because he's there very quickly.
Why
you're
gonna test drive a ship and you're gonna drive it through a canyon for like?
It's jarring if you read any of like the old like Jedi Academy books or something. You're like, oh, cool, new planet, new characters, new thing, new this, and you watch the show here, and it's like,
which is funny because those books,
same place, same person, same thing, same village.
Which is funny because like even those books were like everything was like so much of the EU was like, here's that thing, here's that, or what I was gonna say about like the Mos Eisley scene and why it's like they're always trying to recreate it. And I think what's weird about like Mos Eisley is so definitively Star Wars because you watch it now and you're like, oh, I know what that guy's backstory is. I know what that guy's backstory is. But it didn't happen because they had backstories to start with. It's because they shot that scene, and then everybody was like, whoa, who's that dude? And George Lucas was like, oh, well, he... And that all grew from the inspiration that people got from watching the scene. And now, every time you watch those scenes, you look at it, and the camera, like, lingers, and you're like, oh, we're getting a book about that guy, aren't we? Like... And that is kind of, it feels like the construction of everything is like, that's a tie-in to the next scene.
The Order of the Night Wind. Like,
well, or this, Madame Garza confirmed that piano player in her club is in fact Max Rebo.
Yeah.
Like she calls him Max. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess he lived.
And it's just, there's so much stuff like that where it seems more preoccupied with the magic of the cantina scene is impossible to recreate unless you do it without the intention of it being that. Unless you just say, I'm just going to celebrate this instead of like, ooh, I'm going to like, because it's like everybody's memory of Star Wars is from like going through their like Decipher or the SWCCG cards. Where like that's how I learned like most of my Star Wars lore is like from reading those, and so then I'd watch Star Wars, but like, oh, I know who that guy is, and they all had little bios and stuff. But those were created after the fact, not. Someone commented on who's the dude that has a million action, like nobody bought the action figure, but he's in The Force Awakens for like a split second. The dude with like he's like a sheriff.
It looks like a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in the Knights of Ren like vision. It was that same species.
Yeah. Well, there's a bounty, but I can't remember his name now. But anyway, it's that kind of thing where like the toys exist first, I guess, because like once you get Star Wars, the toys did not exist first. The toys followed, and that's like what the reason Star Wars became a merchandising thing is because of that. And then even
Force Friday, Mando Mondays, baby, get that thing drop.
And even after Lucas got toy obsessed, and you watch it and you're like, oh, he wanted, like, I don't know, it just it hit different because you're like, I know you're introducing this for a toy, but like you're not. Lucas knew he could just pack stuff into the background and then do something with it. He didn't pack it in the background and be like, ooh, what's that?
Like,
find out on eBay next week. Like,
but like we know that's like 75% of the reason Disney paid $4.4 billion for this franchise.
Oh, sure, but like George Lucas managed to sell a shit ton of toys at a ridiculous margin without like, or what was the example that I said the other day was what's his name with the ice cream maker? I know
what you're talking about. Yeah. Wilhelm.
Not Wilhelm, but Will. Wilro Hood.
That's it. I saw those guys. By the way,
Wilro Hood would never. Wilro Hood is the guy in Cloud City. He's like the second black guy in Star Wars, and he's the guy in Cloud City with the ice cream maker that's running down the hallway. And he became famous because people are like, wait, that dude's carrying an ice cream maker on Cloud City. And then Mando ended up explaining that in like the first season of Mandalorian. They're like, oh, those are cases to store credits in. And
now we don't have to wonder.
And well, right, not only do we not have to wonder, but like in modern Star Wars, like you never get that because that character would have from the beginning been engineered to be something else with a backstory, with a spin-off coming, and he's not going to be carrying an ice cream maker because they're going to plan ahead to like he's going to be carrying a baby tauntaun or something. Like
you guys probably know this, Steven, but you know at Star Wars Celebration, there's like a bunch of people dress up as him. And like, well, yeah, I saw those guys like dozens with mustaches like, in the orange suits, like running with the ice cream makers all down the convention center. It's amazing. And I was like, awesome. What in the hell is going on? Yeah,
creative, man.
I just think that I wish more of this Star Wars expansion was cool. Like was things that I would say that's cool. And I have a very wide variety of things that I would consider cool. But like you're saying, Rob, it's back in a desert. Okay. So the setting is out. The character is a character you already know or have been introduced to because we're spinning them off. We're not introducing new stories. So like, okay, well that's less cool. And then the stuff that's in them is like, this was very cool to the people who made it, who are like probably in a different age group than you and therefore have a different idea of what's cool. So it's a bummer because I imagine like, I'm at the age of a lot of fans are where we were existing fans. So the idea of them bringing back characters would be really neat. But there's no appeal for me to introduce my kid to a Boba Fett show because I would be like, you know what? Maybe that one should be just for me. If this guy's like a badass, or it's a show for my kids, but then they are very much. You have to decide to make it that, and it feels like they kind of are. Mandalorian is maybe trying to split on the older side a little bit, but it's also I don't know when people say that I wish Boba Fett didn't skew in the other direction towards a more mass audience, family friendly angle, then I feel like someone could be like, if someone said that to me, I would be like, yeah, I mean, I get that. It's when it becomes a debate over, well, it doesn't, or that's then that's wrong for you to have. You should like it, or you should not get to say that you don't, or this weird middle ground where it's like, again, like we're saying, you do not put together that chase sequence unless that's what you intend to be making.
Well, and like I said, like for me personally, like as frustrating as the last 48 hours have been for me with respect to everybody's reaction to all of this, I'm still not telling people that you can't feel that way, or that you're wrong for feeling that way, or that you shouldn't feel this way. No, you can absolutely feel that way. It just sucks for me. That's all. That's all it is. It's not like there's no right or wrong with this. Like you can feel however way you want to feel about it. The second you start telling somebody that they're right or wrong for feeling either way of it, that's people do. Yeah, people can own their own shit and love their own shit. That's always annoying, but that's inherent with the awfulness that is social media, unfortunately, and you guys all know that super well. But I tell you one thing, it does bother me though when I don't like something. And this speaks to a lot of Disney Plus shows. And I don't know, I'm sure you guys talked about all the Marvel shows, but like every fucking show is like a 6 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10. And it's like, and to me, it's like, that is not good enough at this stage for me. These shows from a storytelling standpoint, some of them should be able to compete with the best of what we're getting from other networks. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like if I watch The Americans and FX,
or any FX show, really. It's like I'm getting an 8, 9 out of 10 show. It's a quality fucking show. It deserves recognition and awards. And it can be genre or it can be whatever. Let's talk about genre stuff, right? And then when I watch a Marvel show on Disney Plus, like, why is it a 6 out of 10? Why is there so much stupid shit in half the episodes? And people can say they like it. And it's like, to me, it's like, guys, if we all say this is fine, we're accepting this bar. We're decades into this. Why are we expecting this?
It's still a subjective bar, though. It is. So like,
sure.
So like for me, I can look at it and I can go, okay, look. Well, no, it is, because like there's no like, what is the objective? What's the objectivity?
Well, if you're comparing it to something else, I mean, are you saying that to you, like you can like Boba Fett subjectively, but could you say that Boba Fett is the equivalent of, I don't know, what would be something that would be a similar, to like genre wise or tonally to like
Black Sails. Well, but that's the thing. I mean, Black Sails is a show that has like user reviews of 9 out of 10.
You can see The Expanse.
So that's like,
latest season of Expanse on Amazon, or you can say Watchmen on HBO, whatever.
I still okay, Watchmen. All right, let's say
is it like on par with Watchmen, or is it?
But it's but Watchmen's a different. Okay, I get what you're saying, but like here's
I
the
think
thing.
you can objectively say that it's different from that. In the same way that you can say like it's not fair to compare like Daredevil to Arrow. Because we're talking two different.
If somebody thinks that the Book of Boba Fett is better than Watchmen on HBO, they're not wrong for that. They're not wrong for that. They can believe whatever they want. I can disagree with them, and I will absolutely disagree with them.
You can say they're wrong if they say the production value is on par. I think you could say that is wrong.
Well, if we're talking like what are we talking about specifically with production value?
So you're the discussion here is now about metrics, right? So it's like production value is an example. It's also like the pacing, right? Or character storytelling, right? You can kind of judge these things on their own, right? We just ripped apart how like there's a complete lack of motivation and explanation for the 3 of the leads in the show. Like, we don't know why they're doing what they're doing.
Okay, but if I was compelled to, and I kind of did earlier, can tell you how I don't agree with that. And I know what their motivation is, and I totally got that in the first 4 episodes before they took a break this week.
Right, but if I say like, Game of Thrones looks cheap, like I'm a dick. Like, I know that's not intellectually honest.
People claim the Batman looks like a cheap.
Okay, well, you want to go there?
No, yeah, we don't have to go. We don't have to go there. We don't have to go there.
Yeah, no, but like, I guess what I'm saying is that like, when it comes to anything that is measured subjectively, something that like, because when you're looking at this stuff, whether it is character development, whether it is writing, whether it is even stuff that's visually, like all of this stuff is designed to hit your emotions. It's designed to evoke some type of emotion out of you. And the second emotion is triggered, objectivity is out the window, totally out the window. Now, if you are telling me that like, if we're like the visual effects thing again, like if we're saying, like if we're comparing like how one of the dragons look in Game of Thrones to the Vespa scene in the Book of Boba Fett, we can look at technical things if we want to get technical about it, and we can say, okay, well, this is clearly different than that. That is clearly different than this. But if somebody likes the Vespa scene more than they like the dragon scene, they're not wrong for it.
No, but I think you can say that one is. I think that the question is, what does better mean? Like, are you judging enjoyment? Like, enjoyment is subjective, but to say that the scene is like better constructed, I think that is an objective statement of.
I think it depends on what the measurement for construction is.
Sure, but the point is that you can evaluate like production value or other comparative things when you're not talking about perception and reception, when you're talking about the quality of the effects or the staging of the scene or how intense it is, etc. Those things all have are all measurable in different ways and comparable in different ways, and those don't directly relate to how one person or another person is necessarily going to receive it unless that's their priority. But they can be measured. Like, you can say that like the effects in Arrow are not as good as the effects in Dune. right? Like that, like you can say Arrow's effects are worse than Dune's effects. That is not a subjective
criticism. Well, because I can say Dune had a bigger budget than Arrow.
Well, sure, but
right, and so that is very objective.
Or Dune looks better than Arrow, I think, is not a subjective thing to say. I don't think it's a fair thing to say because why are you comparing them?
Yeah, but right, exactly.
But it is an objective statement.
I guess the issue that I have when we're talking about objective and subjective is I have a big problem when people call a thing objectively good or objectively bad. Good and bad are not objective. They're not. They're subjective. So,
I think it's a lot of it that's built into like for a broad. If you show this to 100 people, there are certain movies that 90 of them are going to say, "Yeah, that was great."
Right.
Or if you showed Zack Snyder's Justice League to them, 50 are going to be like, "I left. Like I'm out of here. I don't want to watch this." I would say that the one that got 90 people who said liked it is more successful in pleasing the audience and giving them, what they were an enjoyable experience.
And there are all different versions of that. So you can show like an art house Oscar movie or a musical, whatever, and be like, and half the audience be like, it's not really for me, but everyone might be like, that was extremely well done and great. It's going to get 9 out of 10s.
It's going to have a smaller audience.
Scores. It's definitely difficult. Of course, everyone has an emotional reaction to everything. It's because you're experiencing art, right? In this case, or whatever it is. So I think you're arguing semantics more than what the product is. It's products, to be clear, right?
Like what you were talking about, Rob, like with different networks. Like the first thing that popped in my head when you said that, when you were talking about like the quality of Disney Plus stuff to other networks, the first I thought of a show that I would consider better than the Disney Plus shows on HBO Max, and that's The Flight Attendant. The Flight Attendant, in my opinion, is better than than the Disney Plus shows that we've seen.
Probably, I haven't seen it, but yeah.
And that's it's in many ways it's not a fair comparison because it's a very different type of show, but it also has some similarities with the Disney Plus shows. But when you're talking about like the quality, like you said, Disney Plus is like 6 out of 10s, but like these other networks are like a higher number. It's like, okay.
I'm saying I said I expect more from Disney. I don't think it's okay. No, the point I was making is that it bothers me when I love this stuff, right? We all love this stuff. We're all here talking about it. It bothers me that everyone's like, if someone says, that's great, keep doing more of that. And it's like 6 out of 10, 6 out of 10. And there's actually so many actual fundamental problems with watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier or some episodes of WandaVision or whatever, or parts of Hawkeye. You know what I mean? It's like there are parts that are great and there are parts that are not. It's like, but they're making mistakes they've already made 15 times.
They're all learning from
and their own directors have criticized, and they know, but they're just like, well, it doesn't matter. Product has to come out. It's March. Q1, baby.
So you're not really so what you're really talking about is the I guess for lack of a better, the dismissal, like the overall dismissal of like the people that just it's MCU, it must be good. Like, and we're not going to listen to any other arguments otherwise, like that type of thing.
A bit, yeah. I feel like
well, and I think I like to raise point like about subjectivity versus objectivity. When I look at something, I'll often I'll watch something and I'll say like, oh wow, that is like a 5-star movie. I didn't like it. Like it's not my movie. But like I can recognize that it is a 5-star movie versus like a 1-star movie, right? And I think that is, and I think a lot of people will anchor their star rating as like how much they enjoyed it or how much they liked it, which is subjective. But I think that depending on the critic, or depending on the viewer, I don't think it's unrealistic to have that there is a much more objective, probably more among people who watch things critically, would have more agreement on this. But I don't think it's outrageous to say like to assign like a star rating to a show or a movie.
You need to be better at
that has
because when you were talking specifically too, it's even more pronounced.
Well, like what you said about like Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's like we love that, and like we're gonna be talking about it. We have talked about it a lot. We will talk about it a lot more. And we can say like, oh, this is, I would rank it at this number of stars based on like how much we enjoyed it, this many stars based on how other people enjoyed it, and then like this many stars based on like how the craft is executed. And those are like perception, because
those are three different things.
Yeah.
Right.
And two of them are subjective to different people, and then one is everybody can agree that Steppenwolf looks great visually or whatever. Like whether or not you like the design, that's a discussion. But like whether or not like the light reflects off the metal in a realistic way, that's not subjective.
Right.
That is an object. Like
right, and that's where I was bringing up the whole measurements thing. Like if you're talking about like what you just said, how the light shines off of the metal, or how like photorealistic it looks, and just how incredibly fucking amazing that whole suit looks. Yeah, I get what you're saying with respect to that. But even like that's where the film school stuff comes into play. And it's like, okay, what I learned in media aesthetics and what I learned in media, like that's where all that shit comes in. And it's like, okay, I know what this is. I know what that is. I know how they did this lighting. I know how they did that color correction. Yes. In that regard, yes. But the problem, of course, is that so many people conflate all three of what you just said into one and call something objectively good or objectively bad. And it's like, no, can't do that.
Or the fact that something being objectively good or objectively bad is also anchored to its commercial value.
Oh God, yes. The thing I forget who was it that posted the other day, like Spider-Man No Way Home is one of the highest grossing movies of all time. Should it get a Best Picture nomination? Since when does how much money you made at the box office have any? If that's the case, then all Fast and Furious movies should have been nominated for Best Picture. All Bayformer movies should have been nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah.
I think
every studio always goes like, "Hey, for your consideration."
The thing that's irritating for me personally, and like continually disappointing. It's so funny because there was a recent clip of Christopher Reeve talking about working with Marlon Brando on Letterman, and it was like you could take out the word Brando and put in like Marvel, because it's the exact same thing where they were like, what was it like working with him? And he was like, did everybody talks about, how great it is to work with Brando and be in a Brando movie. What was it like? Did you enjoy it? And he was like, not particularly. No. I'm just like, and he's like, I'm just speaking honestly, Marlon could be a leader for actors because he is so revered and so talented that he could be leading that. But what happened was the press loved him whether he was good or bad. It didn't matter at all whether he cared about a performance or didn't. The press loved him and the press ate it up. So he just stopped caring and stopped trying. And he framed it as not an attack. He just said, I just think that's really a shame. Like, I just think that's just so disappointing that he has the opportunity to be better, and nobody caring means that he stopped caring about what he was making. And I guarantee you, this is what I said on Twitter, where it was misunderstood by people, where I said, name a famous, like an acclaimed actor who was in a Marvel movie and that role is even worth commenting on. Like, oh yes, and the people were like, Robert Redford, hello. And it's like, oh, of course, Robert Redford, star of Captain, known famous for his performance as Alexander Lucan.
Which is funny because when coverage of stuff like that goes around, and it'll be like, people will use like the SEO headlines for like social media or whatever, when it's like, oh, that's not really the place to use that. But it'll be it'll be like Captain America Winter Soldier star Robert Redford, and like screenshots of that are always go around. It's like, well, they put that there because like that's the hook for the geeks. Well, yeah, but like, that's not how he's.
Even more than that is like the roles that they play.
Like Heath Ledger's Joker, Heath Ledger's Joker is like a thing, right? But you don't have
when people are like, oh, do you want to be in a Marvel movie? Like 90% of the people over 50 who do it are like, I'm doing it for my grandkids. They're like, they're not doing it because it's an interesting character or like this movie
because it's art.
You said something in the chat a few weeks ago that like really fucked me up, and I think about it like every day.
Oh no!
And you said name someone, or I don't think you said name someone, but it was a very similar comment of like, which one of these like talents that have come to Star Wars have done their best work? In Star Wars, like who of all the big names of the J.J. Abrams, the Robert Rodriguez's, the Jon Favreau's,
and their demo reel.
like Ryan Johnson.
Like Ryan Johnson might be the only one who's done something.
I think he'd be fine in about 10 years. Ryan, you get to eliminate one of the movies on your filmography. Do you want to kick Knives Out? Acclaimed. Brick. Acclaimed. It's probably between Looper and Last Jedi because they were the most divisive. But he would probably be like, Last Jedi wasn't worth the trouble. Because even you bring in a creative person and they're constrained anyway. But that speaks to a larger point of like, oh man, Keanu, we got to get you in a Marvel movie. And I'm sitting there going, why in the world would Keanu Reeves, being the person that he is, be like, yeah, what the kind of movie I really want to be in is a Marvel movie, which is probably going to be not a stretch for me in acting terms at all. They're getting me to be me, basically.
Oh yeah. They want that.
It'll be the biggest machine.
They're gonna CGI
I don't enjoy.
If he does a Marvel movie, it will, whatever role he plays will still not eclipse the 3 biggest roles he's ever played in his life: Ted Theodore Logan,
can't make him more
Neo,
famous.
and John Wick. Like, there's no getting past that.
And Keanu Reeves. Do not lack respect for Johnny Utah.
But Anthony Hopkins.
There you go.
Anthony Hopkins is in like 7 Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Like, Anthony fucking Hopkins. Like,
is he in 7?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. I just pulled that number out of my ass.
He's in all the fours, yes.
It's more like 3, but I get what you're saying.
Does he not appear in any of the? He's not in
I don't
Infinity
think
War or in
he's not a crossover man.
No, he's not a crossover guy.
But Idris Elba is. And
true.
He is.
Idris Elba is a good example. Like,
he is as forgettable as possible in as Heimdall.
The only people who are like per Dice's question, the only people are the ones that were made famous by Marvel. But anyone who was already famous prior that came in is not.
Who was made famous by Marvel?
Chris Hemsworth.
Well, like Benedict
all the Chris
Hemsworth. Okay,
Hemsworth. But that's like
but
Tom
revitalization, Dave. I don't know if
but Tom Holland.
Okay, all right, Tom Holland. Fair enough.
But that's like, and it goes to the same thing of like when it is announced that
Tom Hiddleston. Sorry.
Yeah.
What's
an example that's more recently? When it's like Kate Blanchett is going to be the villain in the new Thor movie, or Christian Bale is going to be the new villain of the Thor movie. I'm automatically, it's like, I honestly don't know why you are casting those people, because I don't know if they actually bring money, and they're typically dramatic.
That's the one outlier which may hopefully prove us wrong on this, is because they're doing it because it's not just Marvel, it's Taika in Australia doing his thing. And, you know, it's James Gunn may have a bit of that too going forward. Well, but nobody says.
But look at what
I can't wait to see what Robert Redford does with Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
or look at what Gunn for Guardians 2 had a lot more clout, and he brought in like Stallone and all that stuff, and those are like the characters that are the most. They're like extras that were cast with big celebrities.
They are, but again, those seed planting for the future. Obviously, you can bring in big stars to play cool cameos. People like that shit. It's commercial. These are fucking products, guys. Relax. They're selling shit, and they're selling future shit. Yeah. So you guys are like, well, what? Why product? Big product, money. And I'm like, yes, all those words. Think about it.
No, and it's fine if we're talking about it as a product. The thing is, it's not like we could talk about it as a product, but they are not talked about in that way.
It's not even worth commenting on in terms of actual
absolutely
acting.
Are internally.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
yes, yeah.
But I mean, I think Taika's an outlier. I think, and you know who would have been as well? Edgar Wright, if he got to do his thing. I think
would have been. Well, that's part of why he didn't get to do his thing.
Although I will
there's
say
another story there, but yes, you're mostly right. Yeah, but with Taika, it's a different case. Like no one's gonna tell Taika, you know what? No, Taika's gonna do whatever he wants, and everyone's gonna say yes to him. If Taika calls you to kill, you want to play fucking Zeus, Russell Crowe, and he's like, "Fuck yeah, mate," and then he's down there.
Well, he also there is also something to be said for like his natural alignment is more in line of what they accept, And there's like two different types of filmmakers. There's ones like him where and Gunn's another one where I think like the natural alignment goes closer to what they originally accept, and then there are others that conform to that, and like that will take advantage of playing in the sandbox.
Man, you gotta go through Gunn's early filmography, man. We're talking Trauma and like
I was about to say, I was like,
this is hard R crazy shit.
Yeah, but like
his online persona.
I think when it came to Guardians, he was like, all right, this is part of me, but then his real shit is, when he was like, oh, I could do the Suicide Squad. Well,
so then he's just another one playing ball, basically.
No, not necessarily, because he has to be wild and weird with it. And if you get into it, there's some deeper personal stuff there with how he handles some of the characters in Rocket and this and that. So, but yeah, it's not rated R, but that's not defining James Gunn. But it's it's weird characters and yet creative freedom more than most Marvel people, right?
Well, and it also he does not as much with Suicide Squad, but like with Guardians, he got a lot of people's attention because it was set in a superhero franchise, but it wasn't a spandex and symbols and weird names
or on Earth, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, it was very much like a space. So a lot of the like I'm not as into superhero movies kind of like there's a thing people say that less and less, and Guardians is like one of the reasons people don't say that, because they're like, oh, I don't want to play a superhero. What they mean is like I don't want to wear the Captain America uniform. But then James Gunn is like, well, I can do this different thing with you, and they're like, oh yeah, I'll try that. I don't know. It's like,
God, I still remember when that first trailer came out. What was it, like 2014 or something like that? And it was just everybody was just like blown away. It was like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, it's something different than what we've already been seeing, and that's what's good. He really did just fucking shake it up.
It is hilarious seeing
people
talk about James. When people talk about James Gunn, they're like, "Oh, James Gunn has a blank check. He can do whatever he wants." And they're like, the maker of Guardians of the Galaxy and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, and probably
the writer of Scooby-Doo.
Not to look at anything before that.
No, yeah. When you look at his filmography, you're like, oh wait, he wrote that Dawn of the Dead.
Well, and even when people are like, ooh, I'm gonna pull a deep cut like Slither. Man, you want to see fucked up James Gunn? Look at Slither, and it's like, do you know what Trauma is? Like,
Slither and Super were pretty good though.
They were great, but I'm saying like people. I think most people, even people that will like name drop it, like don't realize like how weird Trauma.
I've only seen Brightburn, which he didn't direct; he produced it. But like that's
it's a good animated film, basically, though.
No, but I mean like all the Lloyd, like anything from Lloyd Kaufman is like I don't know. That's just such an out there, like not just extreme, but also like weird AF, like disconcerting, uncomfortable to watch, like level of like I don't even know what to call it. Like
I mean, okay. All of this to say, like when it's a bummer because you hope, and it's from a creative art first standpoint, when people have the opportunity to have a massive audience and a massive platform and have a lot be forgiven, an underhanded pitch is more disappointing because it could have been interesting. Like, I will not lie. My expectations now for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show could not be lower. Like, all the things that I had allowed myself to hope are like, man, I have to check all of that.
And that's disappointing, right? Because, like, there was so much potential. But after I see this is their grand idea.
This is their thing, yeah.
And this to them was good enough with these celebrities and these stars. This is what they put out. I'm like, holy shit.
I'm not willing to go that far with it just yet because, like, I mean, not just because I like the show way more than you, but like I need to see a pattern. One show to me is not a pattern. If we get into the Obi-Wan show, or if we get into the Cassian Andor show, or if we get into Ahsoka, and what you're talking about turns into a pattern, then I think concern can be raised. But with respect,
I'm a little bit less skeptical. I know what I agree with Dice on it to an extent because I'm very much like that's the next thing coming. And I'm like, I don't know. I will say the Deborah Chow and Ewan's involvement are two things that make me be like, okay, like if Tamora Morrison says, I would like to not have some of these lines of dialogue, can we give them to Fennec instead? Jon Favreau says, no, you're going to say the lines. If Ewan McGregor says, you know what, I think this is kind of out of character for Obi-Wan, I don't want to say it, he's not going to fucking say it.
No.
Like, right?
No.
Like, nobody's going to be like...
Mine, though,
he has
like,
show's
been retooled. Right?
Yeah. But are they going to be like, is he going to be like, I don't know, I don't really think, I've said it. I've done
He's
the hello.
Wave his hand and be like, no.
But Rob, be like, I've done the hello there thing a couple times already. I don't know if we need. Like, no, you have to say hello there in this.
But Rob, you're
and
talking about the concern over the fact that they have retooled this. Like they had an original idea,
the longest,
and they changed. They did change course.
Yeah,
this thing was supposed to be out.
In terms of you're right. There's not a pattern in terms of what we just saw because Mando 1 and 2 are pretty good, and it got better. And certainly the animated shows that Filoni does are very, very strong. Right, I really enjoy all of those.
Yes,
but there's absolutely a pattern in Disney Plus, Marvel, and Star Wars content versus what they're doing.
Or what reason do they have to change? This is a formula that is working well enough for them.
I would say that's the case with Marvel. I think the jury is still kind of out with Star Wars.
A little bit, but I do know that at the top, I think there's a pattern of problematic direction and having a plan under this current Disney regime, right?
With Marvel and Disney, no, aren't they the ones that have all their shit together?
Of course.
It depends. I think Marvel Studios is run very differently than Lucasfilm, both in terms of games and movies. If you want to get into the bigger picture, but
let's talk about games.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about
we don't need to go down there. We don't need to go down
Let's play Battlefield.
We're already 4.5 hours into this.
All right. Stay on topic.
I don't know if we're gonna do that. Saying. No, but I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, speaking of that, I mean, I don't know if you guys have anything more to say about all this. I mean, yeah.
There's 2 episodes left, right? This is a 7-episode season.
Is that what it is?
7 episodes. Yep.
Okay.
Very curious how it's gonna what the end point is. Like, was the vision a big battle with the Pike Syndicate on Tatooine, and was that the big pitch? Because that's weird.
I mean, maybe because again, after this week, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what those
5 episodes in. I still don't know why.
The weirdest thing is that this ends with Mando leaving. So are we gonna get another episode of him going to find Grogu? Why wouldn't he help? Why wouldn't he help Boba and be like, "I'll help you, but then I gotta go"? He's like, "No, I'll gotta go, and then I'll help you." And I'm like, "We got 2 episodes
Maybe we
left,
don't
dude."
See that. He probably shows up at the very end of episode 7. He's like, "Yo, remember me? Sell toys."
And then Mando season 3 is gonna open up and be like. So that structure, that universe structure makes it doesn't make sense on a universe level or on an individual show level. Like there's that makes no fucking sense to
Mando
build
episode 3 is just Ahsoka episode 1 and it just jumps back out and it's like
oh god. Well, right, and see that's the one. I think structurally that's the one thing that perhaps we can all agree on is don't fucking stop.
It's a little jarring. It's jarring.
Yeah, for sure.
It's really jarring, and that's
what do we think?
I mean,
guys, Star Wars has always been told out of chronological order. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, it started with episode 4, right?
Episode 4 season 1 and 2. It's fine.
Someone's saying that.
This is just the way George Lucas has always done it.
Someone has written that. Someone has already.
Sure.
Yes.
Like, guys, we watched episode 4 first. What are you talking about? We can handle this. Yeah, it's like.
I do want to know what people think. The hilarious forging sequence of shots that led to the tumbling of tiny metal rings.
Oh, she hit a spear every time.
Yeah. Did you see that meme?
No.
I chain? I know it meme you're talking about.
Where, that's going to go on Grogu's ear. Like, he's going to have all these piercings on his ear.
Just earrings?
To me, that was one of the weird things about production value. It's the same thing as where does this go? Oh, okay. Where the number of times that there's a shot or a sequence in this show where they do something like that, where I'm like, that you are not budget constrained to the point where you have to bullshit that.
Yeah.
Like the forging sequence looked fine and clearly cost money. So I'm not saying like, oh, too bad they didn't have money to insert more shots there. Like you show more of like okay, so don't show 10 minutes of them hammering it and then 2 seconds of them dropping chains. Like, and now you understand how that happened. like no, hammer it 2 times and then I don't know, melt it down or show a rod or I mean, that's a cool visual thing too, because when they make the chains, they twist them around at the end of a plier, like. Or in the same thing with the well, I guess the where does this go was one of them, but there were multiple moments in the building of the starfighter where they're like, what do I do now? And like, oh, I'm gonna twist this thing, and it's like that's not. Like, compare that to anything in the original trilogy where they were actually budget constrained and didn't have the technology to fudge it. And you got, no, this one goes here, that one goes there. And, like, and that was great. Like, you didn't need, like, and now it's just like, I'm going to, I don't know. It's.
I enjoy it. I enjoy, like, having, like, hearing a different perspective on this, because if I went back and watched this, I'd probably catch everything that you're talking about. I didn't fucking catch any of it when I was just like, oh, okay, it's the forging scene. He's building whatever, like, and they're building the starfighter. It's like, okay, whatever. Like, just.
It's like when Fennec is trying to reach the button in Slave 1, and she's like in her seatbelt, and it's like, is it G-forces learning on, or is the seatbelt? Because she's in the same place that she was, so that button is just always out of reach. Like, why is that button there? Like.
Why do you think of that?
because
they're building intensity.
Because it was a major plot moment.
Gravity. It was gravity. She was like,
but no, gravity pushes you into the seat that you're already in.
So she fell forward.
That's true.
So and it's not like it's any less intense if you just put it within a. It's just one of those things where it's like they put it
would be behind her.
They put it in a place that makes no sense, and then made it a big deal that it was in that place, and it makes no sense for it to be in that place, and it doesn't have to be in that place, and you still could have raised tension with it being in a totally normal place. So like I'm watching it, and all I can think about is why the fuck is this button? And she reaches for it forever, and then has to unbuckle, and I'm like. No, even if you were sitting on the ground and not moving, you would have to unbuckle to get that. So, like, why are you making a big deal about the G? Like,
and no joke, as that scene is going, that wasn't even remotely thinking that. I'm still in the mode of.
But I watched.
It's been 20 some odd years. This thing, it's still breaking my brain how the fuck this thing flies.
Fixing
like that's where I was at.
When he has the grinder and he grinds off the yellow paint, I was like, that you feel you need to explain? Like, wow, they get the paint off of this thing? Like, and again,
but you just stick the thing from the trash compactor into the engine. You just slide it in there, and that's done.
Going good.
You can twist it once.
Like this is why I'm not a critic. Because I don't pay attention to these things.
Yeah, they don't want you to pay attention, man. They don't want you to know.
No, but it's just
where the Jawas come, and he's like, "Wait, where'd they get that?" And she's like, "The Jawas got it." And he's like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "They got it, and they brought it here." And he's like, "Well, where'd they get it from?" She's like, "I don't know. I told them to get it. Can you get them in here?" And then they like come in, and I'm sitting.
I know. When are we going to get a spin-off series when we see the Jawas getting the shit?
See, no, I thought that was and I thought. This is where
more explanation went into that than went into why she thought that and one starfighter could replace a Razor Crest.
More subverting.
Like we need to stop and explain this really intensely.
More subverting of expectations. I thought that after the whole explanation that they ripped it off from like a Pike transport. I'm thinking, okay, while he's test flying the starfighter, the Pikes are going to show up and kill her, and he's going to get pissed, and that's when he's going to find Boba and Fennec and be like, okay, I need to help you take them down because they killed my friend. None of that happened, so I was like,
oh right, yeah,
all right, okay, so,
yeah. Where did they get this? I don't know. Bring them in here. We gotta close this loop. We can't leave this open for the future.
Yeah,
also,
but Dice, she did ask at one point when like that certain little, I forgot what he added to the ship. She actually she like spoke in their language. I was like, well, that's interesting, and she got the explanation of how they got that certain. It was like that. I don't know. I forgot what it was.
That was the thing. Yeah.
That was the thing from the thing from the trash compactor.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're right.
Which, by the way, like Han would have been like, Chewie, what's this doing in here? This is a thermal. Why the fuck is this thermal combustion intake in the Death Star trash compactor? Like, no, he's just like, oh, this will work. Like, it makes I don't know. It's not gonna ruin it for me. But every time Han picks it up now, I'm gonna be like. Based on what Mando said about that, Han would be like, yo, we should take this back to it's like in Blue Harvest when they're like, this is a nice couch. We're gonna take this. Someone threw out a perfectly good couch. It's like Han and Chewie are carrying this. Like,
Daddy. Yeah.
Twist it. No.
Did not think Blue Harvest was going to come up in this. All right.
Oh man.
All right. Put it down. Put it down. Let's think about this.
Oh man. Oh, all right, guys. I think this is a good place to be. We're 4.5 hours in this stream. I think it's a good spot to wrap this up. This has been fun as always. Man, we did a lot talking about the Star Wars universe, and I love it. Absolutely love it. Diving into it, ripping it apart, all that stuff. So we'll go around the horn. We'll first start with Amanda. Oh shit. Never mind. Mr. Colbert, go first.
Hey, I am Stephen Colbert. You can find me on Twitter and everywhere else at SM Colbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com, and you can find my podcast with Andrew Dice at snyderminute.com. We got some more BVS on the way, and I'll let Dice say whatever else is in the works.
Yeah. Also at Screen Rant and BVS by the minute. Latest edition of the Snyder Minute is our currently being edited, I guess, like report on Rebel Moon, like what we know so far and what our hopes are in terms of fan casting. I think we agreed on Momoa. I pitched him hairless and red.
Nice.
And then we agreed that a Yoda-esque CG Perry White, voiced by Lawrence Fishburne, would also be optimal.
I love that.
So yeah, that'll be up soon. Same with BVS, and yeah,
that's awesome, Mr. Keys.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, Rob_Keys. That's Keyes, and on every social and streaming service at FailCube. And sometimes I write, but not really anymore on Screen Rant with these guys. So go there anyways.
Do it. All right, Ray, send us off.
On Twitter at the Flightcast, arguing a lot less these days, and thank you.
Yes,
Steven.
I've noticed. Good job.
Thank you, Stephen, so much for that wonderful setting and knowledge with respect to that.
Look up Twitter's quality filter. I love that it's called quality filter too, by the way.
Because that's what it is. That's what the hell it is, for sure.
It knows.
It just so many arguments just today, and I'm like, I can't even see them. I just see people bitching about them. This is amazing. But yeah, on Twitter at the Flightcast, my blog and my weekly podcast are available at flightcast.com or wherever you can get podcasts. I've also got Monday Morning Sports Ball that I do, which is going to be all about NFC and AFC Conference Championship games this Sunday. DC TV Squadcast has made its triumphant return. I talked about Superman the Animated Series last week.
Yeah.
This Sunday, the CW still exists, and I have a lot to catch up on. So I binged through one of them and got caught up, and I have some thoughts. I do. And I will talk about them. We'll talk about that particular show on Sunday for that show. And Fans Without Borders, I also still co-host that with Brent over at Squadcast Media as well.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, this has been fun. As always, the Vodka stream, make sure you smash that like thumbs up before you leave. If you want to, hit that join button. If you want to become a member, do so. Hit the subscribe button, of course, and hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. And then, of course, hit the Patreon down there. Film Junkie Closet, everything is all provided down below. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you to Amanda, who showed up for a little bit, but I sensed she looked a little tired. So I was like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. But thank her for us, Stephen and everybody. So all right, guys, we love you, and we'll talk to you later.